Madam Clerk, I believe we have a quorum. Are you ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Welcome everyone to the open session here, public comment before closed session. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates is absent. Councilmember Jimenez is absent. Councilmember Johnson,
Present.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin is absent. Councilmember Willis
Here.
and Mayor Butt.
Here. Would you read the closed session items, please?
Yes, the council will discuss the following items during closed session: conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Winehaven Legacy LLC versus City of Richmond et al., the Giddyville Rancheria of California et al. Versus USA et al., City of Long Beach versus Monsanto Company, excuse me. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. This is initiation of litigation, Riggers Loft Wine Company. Conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives, Jacqueline Gross, Teresa Fairbanks, and Anil Camelo. Employee organizations include SEIU Local 1021, full-time and part-time units, IFPTE Local 21, mid-level and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, Richmond Fire Management Association. Under conference with real property negotiator, properties located at 1324 Canal Boulevard, the General Warehouse, Port of Richmond, Agency negotiator is Lizette Zapata. Negotiating parties, Richmond Grown. Under negotiation are price and terms of payment.
And I will be recusing myself on the 1324 Canal Boulevard discussion. Do we have public speakers?
Yes, we have public speakers, and public speakers, please be advised that you may give comment on the items that were just read into the record under closed session.
Okay, we have Koa. Koa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Quan Nguyen, and I'm a Richmond police officer. In closed session today, you're going to be discussing a contract for POA members. The POA has tried to negotiate in good faith with the city since the beginning of this year to get a fair and competitive contract for its members prior to the June 30th date, which is the date that our current contract will end. However, despite our efforts to do this, our existing contract with the city will now end in 2 days. The POA will go forward this summer without a contract in place. So I'm urging for all of you to offer POA members a fair and competitive contract that is comparable to that of other police and sheriff departments in their Bay Area. Please don't solely just rely on the classification study that was done by the Seagull Consulting Group to base your discussions on. The study is based on outdated and erroneous data. Ask the city manager and your attorneys about this. Instead, look for yourself and you'll see how other agencies with similar issues are compensating their cops. Oakland, San Francisco, San Jose, Contra, Costa County, San Pablo, just to name a few agencies, are all offering more attractive compensation packages to their cops. Virtually every law enforcement agency in this area and in the state have vacancies, and they're all hiring. So we're simply asking for a fair and competitive contract to compete with these other agencies so that we can recruit the best of the best and retain the current cops that we currently have, of which many are on the verge of leaving Richmond if they don't get compensated and supported fairly and competitively for all the hard work that they do day in and day out in keeping Richmond safe. Richmond has some of the best cops, and it was once a nationally recognized police department. Let's salvage what we can. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Benjamin Terrio. Benjamin, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, my name is Ben Terrio. I'm president of the Richmond Police Officers Association. We are reaching a crisis in our police department where we are working mostly in excess of 16 up to 18 hours at a time. A lot of extra mandated overtime shifts. And on top of that, our current contract is about to run out here in a couple of days. That's never happened before in our history. And it is quite alarming that it is about to happen now in a time when, quite frankly, anyone can go be a police officer. If they have the marketable skill, they can go wherever they want. As was previously mentioned, the Richmond cops have a very high standard, and this police department was once a nationally known, recognized place. It has been allowed to falter and fall from that, and that is really, quite frankly, because of lack of council investment. So the council needs to invest in having a good pay and competitive and marketable pay and benefits for its police officers, or people are simply going to leave this police department. And quite frankly, it's possible that there won't be a police department, at least the way that the citizens see it now. And that, I think, will be an incredible, tragic ending if that is what allowed to come to be. So I encourage the council members to have realistic conversations with its negotiators about what is a marketable plan and how that looks like going forward, because what is currently being prescribed and the kind of just dragging our feet along to get something done isn't doing the job. And unless this council wants to be signing a contract with David Livingston to do its policing services in the future, I highly recommend that it get its act together and find a way to make a marketable presentation so that we can keep the good cops that we have here and attract better personnel to this police department. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jason Mallory. Jason, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Jason Mallory, if you could please unmute yourself.
My apologies. Good afternoon, Richmond City Council. My name is Jason Mallory. I'm addressing the City Council today for item C3. The Richmond City Council needs to provide a fair and marketable offer to our POA. Our police officers like myself will be looking for new employment in a city that values what we do. For too long, the Richmond City Council has ignored and not invested in its police department employees. We are currently forced in overtime shifts, and we are unable to provide full services to the residents of Richmond. No one wants to come work here because the city council has not made this a priority. This has to change, or the city of Richmond simply will not have a police department. This is only the beginning. I urge you to make good choices for public safety, or quality officers like myself will leave. Thank you.
Thank you. Next group of speakers will be Mark Hall, Peggy Chu, Andrea President, Michael, and Dan R. Mark Hall, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Mark Hall, if you could please unmute yourself.
Good evening, City Council members. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Mark Hall. I am a police officer with the City of Richmond, and I am also addressing the agenda C3 today that's going to be addressed today. Richmond does need to provide a fair and marketable contract to our union because officers like me are committed to leaving. We have been working day in, day out, endless hours, neglecting our own families to try to keep Richmond safe. Currently, we are in forced overtime shifts. We're unable to provide the services needed to the residents of Richmond because of our staffing issues. And no one wants to come to work in our department because of the pay and the lack of support from certain city council members. This has to change, or we will not have a police department. And as our president said, you will be contracted with David Livingston. Please consider a fair, marketable contract to us because this is only the beginning of things to come for Richmond, and make the correct and responsible choices for the residents of Richmond and the police department and public safety in general. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Peggy Chu. Peggy, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good afternoon, Richmond City Council. My name is Peggy Chow, and I'm a police officer with the Richmond Police Department. I'm calling to address line item C3 in hopes of encouraging an open discussion to provide the current and future members of the RPOA fair, equitable, and marketable compensation to ensure the safety of our community for generations to come. 8 years ago, I joined the Richmond Police Department because I valued its diversity, its sense of community, and its progressive approach in the face of challenges and change. I have grown to love our community and recognize the passion of those who live in, work in, and visit Richmond, those who truly cultivate and nurture our motto, the city of pride and purpose. I strongly believe that our community deserves the very best in all services, including public safety. It is no secret that the current operational staffing shortages of our police department are at critical levels, with consistent 18-hour forced overtime shifts and mandatory overtime shift signups, balanced against ongoing challenges in recruiting and retention. This compromise to our community's public safety can be mitigated by ensuring that Richmond police officers are competitively compensated to attract, recruit, and retain the most qualified and diverse candidates to serve our Richmond community. The city of Richmond has been and continues to be a model community for progress and change. However, a fully staffed and well-compensated police force is a necessity for the safety of our community to continue our economic and cultural growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Andrea President. Andrea, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Richmond City Council. My name is Andrea President. I am addressing the council today for item C3. The Richmond City Council needs to provide a fair and marketable offer to the RPOA, or police officers like me will be looking for new employment in a city that values what we do. For far too long, the Richmond City Council has ignored and not invested in its police department employees. We are currently in forced overtime shifts. We are unable to provide full service to the residents of Richmond. No one wants to come work here because the council has not made this a priority. This has to change, or the city of Richmond simply will not have a police department. I repeat, this has to change, or the city of Richmond will not have a police department. This is only the beginning. I urge you to make good choices for public safety, or quality officers like me will leave. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Michael. Michael, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Richmond City Council. My name is Michael Pagaline. I'm an officer for the city of Richmond. I've been here for a little over 8 years. I actually went to the academy with Peggy Chow. This is both of our first departments. And when we first joined here, we thought it was going to be our only department. We couldn't envision going anywhere else. I am addressing the council today for line item C3. The Richmond City Council needs to provide a fair and marketable offer to the RPOA or police officers like me will be looking for new employment in a city that values what we do. For too long, the Richmond City Council, i.e. certain city council members, have ignored and not invested in its police department employees. We are currently in forced overtime shifts. We are unable to provide full services to the residents of Richmond. No one wants to come work here because the council has not made this a priority. This has to change, or the city of Richmond simply will not have a police department. Like our RPOA president said, you will soon have CCSO deputies patrolling your streets, and they'll only be responding to violent crimes in progress. This is only the beginning. I urge you to make good choices for public safety, or quality officers like me will leave. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Dan R. And the following group of speakers will be Tom Tran, M. Far, and Jose Salala. Dan R., you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hello, my name is Daniel Reyna. I'm a police sergeant for the city of Richmond. I currently work in recruiting and hiring, and I'm coming tonight to talk to city council to please understand the struggles I face as the sergeant in charge of hiring. We're up against other departments who pay more. We are not getting equitable quality officers applying with us. No one wants to come to Richmond. They'd rather go to other places that offer more incentives, better pay, better working conditions. I'm struggling to hire and find people. As the sergeant in charge of hiring and recruiting, I beg you to please consider giving us a fair and marketable salary so I can better reach out to other potential candidates. I'm struggling. I cannot hire people fast enough. They're going to other agencies. They're getting picked up for better pay and better incentives and better benefits. I beg you to please consider the struggles we're having and just vote in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Tom Tran. Tom, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Richmond City Council. My name is Tom Tran, and I am a police officer with the Richmond Police Department. I've been with the Richmond Police Department since I was 15, 16 years old as a kid, and I love Richmond. I love serving the city. But due to recent issues, I am today addressing the City Council for item C3. The Richmond City Council needs to provide a fair and marketable offer to the Richmond Police Officer Association, or police officers like me will be looking for a new employment in a city that values what we do. For too long, the Richmond City Council has ignored and not invest in its police department employees. We are currently in forced overtime shifts. We are unable to provide full services to the residents of Richmond. No one wants to come work here because the City Council has not made this a priority. This has to change, or the city of Richmond simply will not have a police department. This is only the beginning. Please, City Council, I urge you to make good choices for public safety, or quality officers like myself will leave. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is M. Far. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Richmond City Council. My name is Mariah Farr, and I'm addressing the council today for item C3. The Richmond City Council needs to provide a fair and marketable offer to the RPOA or police officers like me will be looking for new employment in a city that values what we do. For too long, the Richmond City Council has ignored and not invested in its police department's employees. We are currently in forced overtime shifts. We are unable to provide full services to the residents. Also has not made this a priority department. This is only the beginning. I urge you to make good choices for public safety or quality officers like me will leave. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jose Salala. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Jose Salala, if you could please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon, City of Richmond Council members. My name is Jose Salala. I'm a police officer with the City of Richmond and one of those officers that chose to stay despite almost being laid off about a year ago with the same City Council. I worked as a police officer for 3 other cities and chose to come to the City of Richmond because it is one of the most diverse and progressive departments within Contra Costa. I am addressing the City Council today for item C3. The City of Richmond Council needs to provide a fair and marketable offer to the RPOA and its police officers. Or police officers like me will be looking for new employment in a city that values what we do. For too long, the City of Richmond has ignored and not invested in its police department. We are currently in forced overtime, working 16 and 18-hour shifts. We are unable to provide full services to the residents of Richmond. No one wants to come work here because the City Council has not made it its priority to take care of its police officers. This has to change, or the City of Richmond simply will not have a police department in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Alexander Kane. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Alexander Kane, if you could please unmute yourself.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Richmond City Council. My name is Alexander Kane. I've been a Richmond police officer since 2009, and I'm hoping to address item C3 today. And that is because I feel that the City Council needs to provide a fair and marketable offer to the Richmond Police Officers Association, and officers like me will be looking for new employment if that doesn't happen. And that's a sad thing. I'm a born and raised Richmond resident. And when I achieved my lifelong goal of becoming a Richmond police officer, I thought I'd found my department that I would retire from. It seems like for too long, this Richmond City Council is ignored and not invested in the police department. And it's more importantly, its number one asset, which is the police department employees. We are currently experiencing a staffing shortage, and we are in overtime and forced overtime shifts on a daily basis. No one wants to come and work at the City of Richmond Police Department because the council has not made it a priority, and this has to change, or the city is going to lose its police department. This is only the beginning. I urge you to make good choices for public safety, put our employees first, or quality officers like myself will be forced to leave and find employment in other police departments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Alyssa. Alyssa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Alyssa, if you could please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Officer Alyssa Alvarado. I've been a peace officer with the City of Richmond since December 2017. I'm here to address trying to get an equitable and marketable raise for the City of Richmond police officers. I understand economic times are tough, and to get talented people to come help me police like the City of Richmond deserves, I need to be able to tell them that this is a great place to work and feel supported. Unfortunately, we don't feel like we're being supported and that we want to attract talent. Instead, officers like myself, who were ready to stay at this department even after we were threatened with layoffs, are having to look elsewhere as we cannot afford to stay here being understaffed and unsafe for the City of Richmond. I urge you, please, please make a fair offer to the police department where we can have a competitive market to attract qualified and talented persons to come support us. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Okay, at this time, we are now adjourned to closed session.
Hey, Tom, this is John Joya. So it looks like Animal Services at least is toward the beginning of the agenda tonight.
Wait, say again?
Looks like Animal Services is toward the beginning of the agenda, so that's good.
Well, they're after, let me see, they're after the consent calendar.
Got it.
Yeah, they're item P1, they're the first item after the consent calendar, which means they're behind open forum and the consent calendar.
Okay. So what's your time estimate? Beth and I are both on, but we'll stay on.
I don't know, 8 o'clock.
About 8? Okay. All right.
Pam, what do you think? Unmute, Pam.
We're still in closed session. So I'm gonna say about 7:15, 7:30.
You mean for Animal Services or when you
Yes.
start the meeting?
I would say for Animal Services.
Oh, so, okay. All right. Thank you.
So I had to recuse myself from the last item, Pam. So
Okay, so they're still on that.
I just came in here and I'll be here till people show up.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, given that it's almost 7 and you have closed session and then open session, we'll have open forum and a consent. It may be later than 7:30, but we're here.
Oh, no, I'm saying more like 8 or 8:30 probably.
Okay.
I'm more hopeful.
Well,
Thank
no,
you.
we've got more than that. We've got all these other presentations. We got report from the city attorney, report from the city manager, report from the police chief.
Okay.
Then we have open forum, and that, that's probably a half an hour right there.
Is there any way to have, I mean, given that Beth was on all night last time, I go with the flow, but that you can do it earlier? I mean, she's been, she was on for several hours last time and didn't get to go.
Well, my policy is, what happens every city council meeting, multiple city council members want to move their favorite item up, and I've just told them no. That if they want to, if they want to take a vote and overrule me, they're welcome.
Well, I mean, the only reason is here you have a staff from another agency. I don't know what you normally do when there's staff of another agency.
We got people. We've got all kinds of presentations. We've got
yeah. Okay.
We got Animal Services. We got ARPA Flex funds. We got Richmond Department for
No, I hear you. I get it. I just mean staff from an agency other than the city.
Yeah. Well, we got East Bay Center for Performing Arts. We've got,
okay. Yeah.
It goes on and on.
All right.
The problem we got is we got too many items and people talk.
We're fine. We're fine, Tom. I'm fine. I feel for Beth, who stood around for, I don't know, 4 hours at the last time.
Well, at least they don't have to come to Richmond and sit in the council chamber.
Yeah.
They can stay at home and have a glass of wine.
Hear that, Beth? Have your glass of wine while you're waiting.
Have two.
I've been anxious to come down to the council meetings and go there. I'm only 2 miles away.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I really miss those city council meetings.
The Board of Supervisors now is we have hybrid meetings. So we meet in person, but most of the people who participate by Zoom.
Well, the staff has told us that they're going to they're going to put in the infrastructure to do hybrid meetings in August. And if the city council wants to go back to real meetings, in September or October, then
yeah, we have plastic dividers between us and things like that. So yeah, we're set up for that.
We're not quite as technologically advanced as the county is. On the other hand, we have a city hall now that's 12 years old. You guys have a brand new one with all the latest.
Yeah, no, we do. And I know San Pablo City Hall, which is brand new, does the same. They also are, yeah. All right, I will just turn off and do some other things. And I know Beth will let me know when it's back on and I'll come down. Okay.
All right.
O'clock.
Okay, Madam Clerk, I do see a quorum. So are you ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, welcome everyone to the, let me find my place on the agenda here, to the amended regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Would you call the roll, please?
Yes. Councilmember Bates? Councilmember Bates? Absent Councilmember Jimenez?
Presente.
Councilmember Johnson?
Here.
Vice Mayor Martinez?
Presente.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Here.
Councilmember Willis?
Here.
And Mayor Butt.
Here. Would you play the public comment instructional video, please?
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Urgency Measure Assembly Bill 361, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and kcrt.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom en conformidad con las provisiones de la medida de urgencia del gobernador de la Ley de la Asamblea 361, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario.
Okay.
Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar *9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
The next item is statement of conflict of interest. Does anybody have one? Don't see any. The next item is agenda review. I'm gonna make one change, and that is to move items 0.5.a up to after the items continued from the previous city council meetings. Any other?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes, I would like to move item 0.5.e.
I just talked about that. I moved it up.
You said 0.5.a, but you meant E.
Well, you must, oh, wait a minute. Is it?
Those items are on the consent calendar.
Yeah.
It is, I'm sorry, it is E. And I was gonna take that off the consent calendar and put it after items continued from the previous city council meetings.
Okay, right before the previous items?
No, I was gonna put it after.
Well, it's such a short item. I thought it would be better to have it before, if you're willing.
Well, these items keep getting delayed and, they ought to have some priority. I mean, this is not a
Yeah, but you haven't had it on, you haven't publicly talked about this in several months because we haven't gotten to it. So having it on consent calendar, and I know you and I had an email exchange and you said you would pull it, and I thought you were going to put it after open forum, if that's okay.
All right, I can't do that. I'll put it after the consent calendar.
After the consent calendar. Okay, sounds good.
Okay, any other changes? Good, I don't see any. So we will move on to the next item, which is a report from the city attorney on final decisions made in closed session.
Okay, on the closed session agenda, the items, first, we had a closed session report on the Winehaven Giddyville litigation. I will make just a brief report that there was no action taken in the closed session.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
There was no action.
You're breaking up, city attorney. I don't know why.
Well, no, I kept hearing Councilmember Bates.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
No, we can't.
Councilor Bates, mute yourself, please.
Okay, so my report is that I just, for the public's information, there are two things going on. Just so everyone's aware, the state.
I had.
Councilor Bates, you need to mute.
I am muted. I don't know.
So there's a state action there was a temporary restraining order that was issued preventing the city from going.
I don't know.
Preventing the city from going forward with the sale to upstream Giddyville. That TRO, that temporary restraining order is calling for a hearing on the matter on August 4th. So that is the next date that will occur in that state matter. There's also a federal court action. The Giddyville tribe entity went and sought to have the city issue the grant deed and place it in escrow, or rather, I should say that the federal court ordered us to prepare the grant deed and deposit it in an escrow, and it would be released out of that escrow based upon a court order or the mutual agreement of the parties. So that escrow was completed and set up today. We made a report on those actions in closed session of the council. The next item listed is litigation, City of Long Beach versus Monsanto. There was no report on that action. After that, item C2 was a report on a real estate matter, Riggers Loft Wine Company. After a report, there was a motion by Councilmember Willis, seconded by the mayor, approved 6-0 with one abstention being Councilmember Jimenez. Basically, the direction was to attempt a workout with the tenant concerning their making their current rent payments and working out past due unpaid rent. So we're to work that out and come back with a proposal to the council. On the labor items, C3, the various bargaining units, we gave a report on those negotiations, and direction was given for negotiations. There was no reportable action taken. And the last item listed is real property negotiations for the property at 1324 Canal. And with regards to that, the negotiating team is working at the direction of the subcommittee to develop a proposal and report back to the council at the next council meeting. That completes the closed session report.
Thank you. The next item is report from the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor Butt, Richmond City Council, members of the community. We are excited that the 3rd of July fireworks are back and just around the corner. So please join us in person this year for the return of the annual 3rd of July fireworks celebration. The community will be able to enjoy music, food, and the stunning views of the bay at Marina Bay Park. Please enjoy fireworks with us beginning at 9:15 in Marina Bay. Please do not enjoy fireworks in your neighborhood. Please enjoy fireworks in Marina Bay. In addition, we have affordable housing in Richmond that are opening at 2 of our 26 affordable housing sites throughout our community. Currently, the wait list is open for the Hacienda Senior Apartments at 1300 Roosevelt. There's a sign out front as requested by the City Council, and the Terraces Senior Apartments at 2100 Nevin. Those are 2 sites that currently have available units. You can call 510-620-6512 if you need assistance with the application. Also, you can go online to www.contracostahousing.org. The deadline for this pre-application phase is Thursday, June 30th at 4 p.m. Again, if you have any questions or need help, please call 510-620-6512. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, crime report from the police chief.
Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council, and Richmond residents. My name is Al White. I'm the investigations chaplain for the Richmond Police Department, and we'll be providing a crime report for the period of May 24th, 2022 through this morning around 10 a.m. In regards to violent crime, officers responded to 2 homicides, 27 aggravated assaults, 16 robberies, and 7 sexual assaults. The 52 reported violent crimes is an 8% increase since the last crime report. In regards to property crime, officers responded to 58 burglaries, 137 thefts, 81 vehicle thefts, and 4 arsons. The 280 property crimes is a 53% increase since the last crime report. In conclusion, officers responded to 1,130 calls for service, a 27% increase, 101 shots fired calls, a 5% increase, and B7 in the Northern District continues to generate the highest number of calls for service. And that is the end of my report.
Do city council members have any questions on any of these reports at this time? If the public does, they can bring them up during open forum. Councilmember Bates, you have.
I have been offline for sure.
Your audio is not working.
Due to technical difficulties, but I want to ask the police. I want to ask the police. Did I hear you saying that there's been 1,000 crimes? Did he get the question?
I think the question was calls for service.
Did you get the question, Mr. Mayor?
I got part of that. I believe you're asking how many calls for service we've had since the last crime report. It was 1,130 calls this previous month.
Did you get your question answered, Councilman?
Okay. Thank you.
Well, I think we're going to move on. We've got technical problems, so let's move on to open forum. Madam Clerk, would you call the speakers, please?
Yes, open forum is an opportunity for the public to give comments on items that remain on the consent calendar.
Yes, that's
or items that are not on the agenda.
Thank you.
We're going to ask the public to please keep your comments respectful and non-offensive, please. And we're going to ask Jess Ward to please call the speakers.
Okay, I have Sohila Bana, Ezekiel Wallace, Don Gosney, Max Pfeiffer, Mark Wasberg, phone number ending in 0188, and Katrinka Ruck. Sohila Bana, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Sohaila Bana.
You all know that economic development is a necessity for the future of the city. The recent CBS News about unhappy businesses in Richmond um, they're threatening to leave the city is alarming. We, the residents, are concerned that this would hurt the image of Richmond as a business-friendly city when attracting businesses is important for the city's economic development to increase the city's revenues and hence improve the city's services. So it would be appreciated if you, Mr. Mayor, and your council members get together with business leaders, have a meeting, and together try to resolve the issues and find the best solution for the future of the city. Yes, we all did vote for Measure U. We, the residents, voted for it. But now we are turning to our leaders in the city and expect the city leaders and business leaders to collaborate together for a mutually beneficial solution. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ezekiel Wallace. Ezekiel, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Mr. Mayor, council members, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Ezekiel Wallace. I'm a resident of Richmond, and yes, I am a union member. I'm here today about the closing and selling of the Laborers International Union Hall, Local 324, located 101 South 12th Street, Richmond, California. This hall is the reason I'm a member today. I was working at Emporium Catwells when someone told me, if you want to make more money, join the union. It's a hall on 12th Street. I didn't know what kind of union it was. I just knew union workers make more money. It was a labor's hall. The 12th Street Hall has provided construction in Richmond as well as surrounding areas. Some notable jobs have been demolishing old schools and rebuilding new ones, street and highway repair, and construction jobs working at Chevron Refinery. Those are just a few to mention. Having a base of operations located in Richmond gives residents access to jobs and construction professionals. Last, closing a hall is an attempt to take the power out of Richmond when it comes to union jobs in Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Don Gosney. Don, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. The Plumbers and Steamfitters Union, Local 342, is hosting signups for our apprentice program starting on August 1st. The application is an online application, and while they expect more than 2,500 applicants to try, they'll shut down the process after only 750 applications have been submitted. I encourage applicants to apply first thing on the first day. If you see your neighbor returning from a refinery all covered in oil and grease, that's not the refinery work we do. If you think Roto-Rooter when you think of a plumber, that's not us either. Our training facility is state-of-the-art and one of the best in the country. When we train qualified applicants on how to put pipes together, this isn't what you get at Home Depot on Saturday morning. We build oil refineries, pharmaceutical plants, hospitals, biotech research facilities, computer manufacturing plants, skyscrapers, Lawrence Livermore Laboratory, and a host of other highly sophisticated businesses. We train HVAC refrigeration craftsmen as well as pipeliners. Starting pay for an 18-year-old apprentice right out of high school is $59,000 a year before overtime, and after a brief probationary period, they're eligible for $92,000 a year worth of benefits. By the time apprentices turn out as journeymen, the base pay is $144,000 a year. Apprentices start out earning 40% of journeyman scale and are eligible for an increase of 5% of journeyman scale every 6 months. There's no cost for the apprentices during their entire 5-year apprenticeship. Applicants must be 18 years of age or older, capable of doing the physical work, and have either a high school diploma or a GED. Local 342 doesn't care whether you've been formerly incarcerated or what gender you might be. All we care about is whether you can do the work. Just as a warning, though, many of our companies that hire the contractors expect drug-free workers, so pre-employment and random drug testing is common. For those interested, or if you have questions, please call Don Gosney at 510-685-2403. 510-685-2403. I'll answer any questions you might have and email you an information packet. Just like they used to say about the California lottery, you can't win if you don't play. We're not offering jobs, we're offering careers.
Thank you. Next speaker is Max Pfeiffer. Max, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Butt and members of the City Council. My name is Max Pfeiffer and I live in East Richmond in District 6. I stand united with residents in East Richmond asking for a roundabout at the intersection of Key Boulevard and Barrett Avenue. Over the past several months, there have been many sideshows at the intersection. These sideshows present a public safety hazard and public health hazard to Richmond residents. After the sideshows, I can smell tire smoke within my house. The sideshows are a hazard to my property, and I'm afraid for pedestrians and bikers in the area. I uploaded a video of the sideshows to Google Drive and shared the link with the city clerk on June 19th. I asked that the city clerk distribute the video to the city council members so they can view it. I have two specific requests for the city council. The first request is to direct city staff to install a temporary roundabout at the intersection of Key and Barrett as soon as feasible in the interest of public safety and public health. The second request is to direct the city staff to identify within the capital improvement program funds to build the permanent roundabout at Key and Barrett that was recommended by city staff in 2018. For more information, you can refer to Shelley Trask's public comment on June 17th for last week's board meeting. And there are some examples within that email of what to build at the intersection. Thank you for your thank you for your service to the city.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mark Wasberg. Mark, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
On Saturday, they had the job fair up there in Hilltop. Now, one person from Riders Road or the Castro homeless camp went out there to fill an application. The RPA didn't even bother to give them a ride to encourage these people to go out and look for a job. Why should they? Because they're going to get everything for free. I said, that trailer tramp you got there on Riders Road over there complaining about, where's our money? Because we want more catering service. We don't want to have to go out and work because we're going to get free money from the city. See, this is what the city council is doing. The RPA is making Richmond a welfare city. They don't want people to work. They want to go ahead and say, that's okay, we'll take care of you. See, this is why the taxes are so high on the businesses, because the businesses are going to be paying for it. This is the most dumbest thing I've seen in my entire life. And this is why the taxes are so high, because they want to have the businesses move out. They want to close down Chevron and all these other good paying jobs. And they want to make Richmond green. That's what McLaughlin said. All jobs in Richmond is going to be green. Green jobs don't pay no money. It's going to be a welfare city if you don't get these RPA out of office. I worked as a pipe fitter out of Chevron. Believe me, I was in the arsenic. I was in the oil. I was in the dirt. When you work as a pipe fitter out in the oil refinery, you're going to be working in dirt and grease and anything else they got out there. I always liked to work arsenic because I only worked about 4.5 hours a day. But like I say, you guys are going to regret putting Aguado into office, man. I'm telling you, it's going to be a disaster. And Richmond is going to totally economic collapse because the RPA and the business are going to be moving out.
Time has expired. The next speaker is phone number ending in 0188. If you could please unmute yourself by pushing *9. You can go ahead and start.
Honorable Mayor and to our City Council member, Eleanor Thompson. And I want to give an apology to those council members and the mayor whom I solicited to support the funding of my program. But I further would like to say that I didn't know that the rule had changed from the day that $50,000 became initiated by our city council members and was put in place for those who were not funded through the regular process could come before the council and request funding for their program or programs in our neighborhood, which is North Richmond. And if you look through the history of the funding of Richmond, the two programs that are in North Richmond, stationed in North Richmond, is hardly ever funded or never funded. So therefore, I ask that you consider, when you look at that $50,000, funding at least the 2 programs that are stationed in North Richmond and never get funding. And when I have received the funding from the city council in the past I received it 2 times, and I had to come before the council. So I didn't know that the process had changed. But since it has changed, I know not to go soliciting to the council member. But since our program that we are trying to put on was so close, I thought I needed to immediately try to send out something to see if we could get funding for that event, which we've been doing for 10 years. So my apologies for that. But I feel like all of the programs, not all of them, but the 3 or 4 that was not funded.
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Katrinka Ruck, and the following speakers after that are Steve Bischoff and Bhavin Khatri. Katrinka Ruck, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, Madam Clerk, and staff. I'm a Richmond resident, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Council of Business and Industries. Council members, I need to ask, are you willing to lose 147 jobs from one business and another 156 jobs at another business location? Last night, KPIX featured the impact that the city's new business license tax is having on the auto dealerships at Hilltop Mall. Hilltop Ford will include a 7,000% increase over last year, from $3,000 to paying $210,000 in business license tax. Whereas in other local cities, they charge an average of $14,070. Don Lee, owner of Hanley's Toyota at Hilltop, stated that they will have to lay off people, move or close as a result of this impact. They paid $3,000 last year and will pay $350,000 this year. And that's a 12,000% increase. In Davis, they pay $7,000. Keep in mind, for example, that a Ford Explorer only has a profit margin of $1,000. A more reasonable progressive tax has been recommended. However, the council chose not to review it, and not all residents voted for this. This increase is not a fair increase, and the council should be protecting jobs and the right for people to work at these good paying jobs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Steve Bischoff. Steve, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and council members, I'm also wanting to say something about Measure U. It seems to me that it's kind of ridiculous to have a gross receipts tax in this case. I mean, if you've got a business like an auto dealership that may take in millions of dollars as far as that goes, but it costs them almost that much to operate, it doesn't make any sense. So that what I'm hoping is the council will have good enough sense to take a look at this again and try and figure out a way that it might actually work. I mean, I don't have any problem with the idea of increasing some business license tax, but to have a destructive sort of approach like this, and also approach that logically doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And a gross receipts tax does not make sense. So I hope you might have a special hearing on this or something and try and save our businesses rather than wipe them out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members and staff. I am also calling in regards to Measure U, and my request would be, I know we made the request before, but I would really like the council to reconsider having a blue ribbon commission, such as Oakland did, to really try and review how to fairly set these progressive rates within the city so that we can both retain and recruit businesses in the city of Richmond, retain employees, and retain the tax revenue from there. If you look at what happened to the Hilltop auto dealerships, this is the ranges of just 6 dealerships and what they're paying. One has a 4,081% increase. The other, 6,580. The third, 4,771% increase. The fourth, 8,223% increase. The fifth, 7,862% increase. And the sixth one, 10,853% increase. They are going up to $346,000 for one of those dealerships in tax. If you were to take an example of those 6 dealerships and say, what if they all made $65 million? And then say, what would they pay in Richmond versus 6 other cities in the Bay Area that all have a gross receipts business tax model? In Richmond, you would pay $251,000 on that $65 million. In Walnut Creek, you would pay $3,119. Fairfield, $9,750. Antioch, $14,050. Fremont, $16,280. Pleasanton, $19,500. Concord, $21,726. Again, Richmond, $251,000, which is 12 to 81 times more than any other city. Please consider. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers. Sorry, someone's hand went up that dropped off previously. I have Bhavin Khatri. Bhavin, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, thank you. I am also calling in regards to Measure U. Given the uncertainty in the global economy and the rising interest rate, Measure U will undoubtedly increase. We and I'm not going to cite all the numbers that previous speaker has really cited, but the increase is really unreasonable and unsustainable for anybody operating a dealership in city of Richmond. Now, Hilltop District has all the dealership in city of Richmond, and we provide almost 40% of the tax revenue from that. And we'd hate to lose this source of revenue. I'm not saying that 3,000 is fair. I think it should increase, and I think even the businesses agreed that they're willing to pay more, perhaps is as much as 10 times. But to have an increase of 12,000% increase, that is not reasonable. We are trying to redevelop Hilltop Mall here, right? City of Richmond is looking forward to that. Prologis has brought the property, and we're hoping to bring retail, entertainment, housing, those sort of things at Hilltop. And what kind of message are we sending to new business owners with this type of, tax increase? As it is, we are having difficult time getting new businesses. We can't even retain the one they currently have. How are we going to get new businesses in Richmond if this is the type of sort of press release that we get to see? So I really urge the council to look into this and work with the dealership in Richmond and come to a amenable solution. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. And I do have one more speaker, Sean Dunning. Sean, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, good evening. Sorry to take up more time on this, but just a few quick facts on Measure U. First of all, it's important for everyone to understand the opportunity cost here, which is we are already getting millions of dollars in sales tax from these businesses, even if we charge them $0 in business tax. If we want to be really progressive, then we need to be inviting and supporting healthy business growth in our city. Close to half of our revenue comes from businesses, whether it be from property tax or sales tax. And so to be pushing businesses out of town is the exact opposite of what we need for our city if we're to pay for all these other great ideas that we've got. I met the mayor of Pinole just over this weekend, and I understand that they are well aware of this and have arms wide open for these dealerships to move to Pinole and cut their costs and sell their cars, a mile away. So we don't live on an island. Businesses have free choice of where they want to operate. So it's not just about the businesses that are currently here in Richmond, but as we look to the future, what kind of message are we sending to people who might want to operate and move to Richmond? Right now, I think it's pretty clear that we're not inviting them, and we need to do the opposite. So I hope we can really get serious about this. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers now.
Okay, thank you. The next item is the consent calendar. And we have one item 0.5.e, that has been removed from the consent calendar, but the rest of the items are still on there. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I think it was motion by Johnson, second by McLaughlin.
Yes.
Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yep.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
Vote is unanimous.
So the next item up is going to be item 0.5.e, Board and Commission vacancy announcements. And the reason I do this and read it out is to encourage people to apply for seats on boards and commissions. It's a great way to learn about what's going on in the city and contribute to it, with the exception of two of these boards and commissions, the Youth Council and the Commission on Aging. There are no age limits. So I've always encouraged younger people in junior high school, college, to apply for these and get a start in civic service. It's easy to apply. You can do it online at the city clerk's office. Information's on the city's website. So I'll just quickly go over some of the opportunities. I'll start with the Arts and Culture Commission. There are 15 seats currently with 8 vacancies. Commission on Aging, 13 seats with 3 vacancies. Community Police Review Commission, 9 seats with 1 vacancy. Mosquito and Vector Control, that's really not a board and commission. We do have 1 seat on that, and we have a Richmond resident who's been appointed to serve. The Design Review Board, 7 seats, 1 vacancy. Department of Children and Youth Oversight Board, 15 seats, 4 vacancies. ECIA Grant Review Committee, 5 seats with 2 vacancies. ECIA Transportation Oversight Committee, 5 seats with 3 vacancies. Economic Development Commission, 15 seats with 4 vacancies. Housing Advisory Commission, 7 seats with 1 vacancy. Human Rights and Human Resources Commission, 9 seats with 2 vacancies. The Library Commission, 5 seats, 1 vacancy. The Oakland Airport Commission, Community Noise Forum, we have 2 seats on that, and one of them is apparently vacant. I thought we had somebody appointed to that, but I'll check on that. Personnel Board, 5 seats, 1 vacancy. Planning Commission, 7 seats, 0 vacancies. Recreation and Parks Commission, 9 seats, 1 vacancy. Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force, 21 seats with 4 vacancies. Shimada Commission, 11 seats with 1 vacancy. Urban Forest Advisory Committee, 11 seats with 4 vacancies. Workforce Development Board, 39 seats with 17 vacancies. The Youth Council, 11 seats with 7 vacancies. Joshan Commission, 11 seats with 2 vacancies. So I see 2 council members with their hands up. So go ahead, Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, no, thank you. Glad we're able to talk about this item because it has been carried over for a few months. A few months ago, because I'm the liaison of the Arts and Culture Commission, while doing some of my interviews, it came to my attention that the Arts and Culture Commission is feeling a bit overworked, and was hoping that we could fill in the 8 vacancies on the Arts and Culture Commission. And I did clarify with them if they knew of anybody applying for the position. Apparently it was a yes, but they were waiting on interviews and approvals for the Arts and Culture Commission. So I just wanted to lift up that from them, that they're looking to hope that some of the vacancies will be filled sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yeah, I won't take up a lot of time because I just want to echo what Councilmember Willis said. My understanding is that there are applications for the Arts and Culture Commission sitting in your office, Mr. Mayor, and they can't meet unless they have a quorum. So I want to, first of all, I want to encourage everyone to, get on a commission, turn in an application for all of the commissions, something that interests each individual. Please, do your part and apply. But in particular on the Arts and Culture Commission, I want to encourage and urge you, Mr. Mayor, to please move these applications so they can meet and continue to do the wonderful work they've been doing. So that's all I had to say. I don't know if there's any speakers or not.
Do you have speakers?
Yes, we do.
Okay, go ahead and call the public speakers.
Okay, I have Mark Wasberg, Seville M, Philip Mejas. Mark Wasberg, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
I don't know what kind of people you putting on these commissions, but it's obvious it's pretty stupid that you put Jimenez on the police commission who hates the police. Now, don't you think that's dumb? Right, Tom? Are you dumb enough to put somebody on the police commission that hates cops? Then you have this other, what was that? Human rights. So how many people you got qualified that knows about human rights? The only thing I know about human rights, you have the right to remain silent. I mean, you got some pretty stupid people on these committees. Now you put McLaughlin head of the aging. She don't know nothing about aging. Most of these people are going to be picked by the RPA anyway. And now you're going to have some high school people going to be on a commission that's going to make decisions when they're still living home with mommy and daddy and getting allowance. I don't know, man. Some of you people are really screwy doing this stuff, I'll yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Seville M. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Seville M, if you could please unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Seville and I live in El Sobrante. As Richmond's former Arts and Culture Manager, I am concerned that no new members have been appointed to the Arts and Culture Commission since I left the city in October 2019. Tonight, you will be appointing community members to serve on several other commissions. Serving as a commissioner is a privilege, and I'm aware that there are several residents who have expressed interest in serving on the Arts and Culture Commission. One of the mayor's fiduciary duties is to appoint commissioners. Yet for over 2 years, there have been none appointed to the Arts and Culture Commission. There is, I understand, around $1 million in the Public Art Fund that has accumulated as a result of the Percent for Art and Private Development Ordinance. Yet these funds sit idle because part of the Art Commission's duty is to determine how to apply them to public art projects. I believe the Richmond community would benefit greatly from seeing funds applied. Having a full commission, which consists of 15 members instead of the current 4 or 5, would help get the job done. I don't know what's standing in the way, but I would appreciate council if you would meet with the mayor to resolve whatever the issue is. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you. Next speaker is Philip Mejas. Philip, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. My name is Philip Mejas. I'm from Richmond, and this is my 11th year of volunteering with the Art and Culture Commission and the Public Art Advisory Committee. As you know, the mayor has made announcements to the council for openings on many volunteer commissions tonight. Why has the mayor, the only elected official who can make these recommendations, withheld applicants applying for the Richmond Art and Culture Commission? It is because he disagrees with the policies and procedures adopted by the council and written into the city ordinance. These are the guides for which the commission does its work in the community. he has continued this stance of refusal for over 2 years. Of the 15 members authorized, we now have 5 members and 10 openings to administer the work of the 1% for the Arts projects. This program has over $820,000 in it at the moment, and another $420,000 to be deposited in the next few months for the Richmond Country Club project. That's over 1.2 million public art money, and another 1.1 million coming in from Caltrans in the next 18 months. We need more commissioners if you want to see more public art. The mayor told us specifically that he guarantees us that the next time we will get referrals to the Richmond Art and Culture Commission is when he leaves office. I just wanted to make you aware of this travesty of attempted extortion by our elected mayor. Thank you.
Okay. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, thank you. That's not an action item. So we'll move on to the next item, which I believe is,
Item P1.
yeah, it's, P1, yeah. Go ahead and call that item, Madam Clerk, please.
Item P1 is to receive a presentation from the Contra Costa County Animal Control Department on the proposed new agreement and increase in fees for service.
Mayor Butt, this is John Joyette, and when you're ready to start, I was going to make a few opening.
We're ready. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, good. I was going to make a few opening comments and then turn it over to our Animal Services Director, Beth Ward. Beth, are you on?
Yep, I'm on and ready to go.
Great. So first, thank you to the City Council for the opportunity to have this partnership between the city and county on animal services. I do want to say a few things because I think often there's a little misunderstanding about who is responsible for what on animal services. So under state law, every jurisdiction, that would be each city, and then the county for the unincorporated area is responsible to perform certain animal services, for example, licensing, sheltering, enforcement under state law. In order to have economies of scale and efficiencies in many counties, including in Contra Costa, the cities have entered into an agreement with the county animal services to provide those services. So I want to repeat that. The responsibilities under state law to perform animal services is lodged with the cities or the municipal government for an area. And in Contra Costa, 18 of the 19 cities contract with the county. One city, Antioch, which is about the size of the city of Richmond, runs its own animal services department. By way of background, the city of Antioch spends about $2 million per year out of its general fund budget to support its own animal services department, shelter, licensing, enforcement. And Contra Costa has strived to work with cities to perform services as reasonably as possible, understanding the budget limitations that we are under at the county and that cities are under. And I think for the most part that has worked. We always would like to have more animal services. And I know the contract amendment before you tonight is to increase the services based upon what the county animal services has heard from many in the community and from the city managers. So the animal services has proposed a 2-year increase of the per capita fee in animal services. Right now, the animal services fee is based on per capita, the number of residents in each jurisdiction. I think that actually has advantages for cities like Richmond where Richmond actually has more animal services activity than many other cities. So if, instead of charging on a per call basis, the contract charges on a per capita basis, not on a per call. Currently, Richmond pays $755,000 under the contract amendments that I will leave to Beth Ward to explain the additional services. That $755,000 would go to about $877,000 in the new fiscal year, and then would go to about $1 million in fiscal year 23-24. Again, compare that to a similar size city, Antioch, which runs its own department that spends $2 million per year. 15 of the 18 cities that have contracts with the county have approved the amendments that are before you. The 3 cities tonight that are still considering them are Richmond tonight, Martinez later this week, and then Lafayette upcoming in the next couple of weeks. I do want to give one other update. The Pinole Animal Shelter building, as you know, the Pinole Shelter, they're closed a few years ago. There is only one animal shelter in the whole county that is run by the county, and that is it's located in Martinez. The county is currently negotiating with a nonprofit animal service provider to actually operate a low-cost spay and neuter clinic at the Pinole shelter. So we hope to conclude those negotiations soon, and that shelter will then reopen with a nonprofit. It will be selling it to this nonprofit that provides low-cost spay and neuter. I'll leave it to our animal services director to talk more about how enforcement services work, how adoptions work, things like that. But I did want to provide that context to you. And I will say this, we are all, the county is also increasing its own funding for animal services. And currently, the county does partially subsidize each of the 18 cities in animal services because we do not recover full cost. We do not recover 100% of the cost of providing animal services to the 18 cities. We will be increasing our general fund contribution under just as each of the cities would be under this contract. So with that, I will turn it over to our Animal Services Director, Beth Ward.
Thank you, Supervisor Joy. I really appreciate it. And at this point, I'd like to ask if anybody has questions. No, actually.
I think you should go through your brief presentation.
I will. I definitely will. So I'll ask the KCRT staff who have the presentation. They're going to click through it for me. If you could go ahead and pop that up, I appreciate it. Again, thank you. And Mayor, council members, city staff, and Richmond residents. My name is Beth Ward. I am the Director of Contra Costa Animal Services, and I appreciate the opportunity to present information around our animal service agreement to you this evening. I would like our city partners in Richmond to know that it is our goal to support you and your community residents with a service that is effective, efficient, and financially sustainable while being rooted in belonging, mutuality, equity, and justice. And now, as you've seen our first slide here, I'd like to begin our presentation with kind of an agency snapshot of our department. This slide and the next one are from a standalone document that we have created for your city to use on your website or as a flyer that can help educate your residents about the services we provide. We think that a lot of residents really only think of animal services as the animal control officers that are out in the field, but they forget that we do have a very large shelter in Martinez that provides services for people that come down for adoptions, spay and neuter, vaccines, etc., as well as our law enforcement unit that you see out there. And they're not just out there doing the old proverbial dog catcher roles. They're out there serving the public and doing investigations into animal cruelty, different crimes against animals, and they are really our boots on the ground in your city. Now, at the shelter, we have a full-scale staff of animal care staff that provide daily animal care for the animals that are brought into our facility. And then a veterinary service team that not only provides veterinary care for the animals that come in and are being held through their stray period, but also provide some public services through spay and neuter and low-cost vaccinations. Our administrative unit, they are the ones that are answering the phones. They're the people that are greeting people in our lobby. And they work with our county sheriff's department in dispatching our officers out in the field. Last, but certainly not least, is our volunteer unit, which is very key to keeping our animals happy and healthy in our shelter. Next slide, please. The back of the document actually goes through and shows you all the different services that our organization provides to your city residents. Some of them are through public safety services, the stray and aggressive animal patrols, animal cruelty investigations, noise enforcement, the deceased animal retrieval, dispatch services, etc. Then we have our community services, which are provide the shelter and medical support for lost, sick, or injured pets. Our pet adoptions, our community cat trap, neuter, and release program through TNR, our adoptions, and our low-cost clinics. And then we also, just since really COVID, we've really launched a lot more services online. So it doesn't matter where you are in our county, these services are easily accessible to those that have access to the internet, where you could go, or you could go down to a library and be able to actually view our pets for adoption, report lost or found, report a noise complaint, report deceased animals, etc., and then schedule appointments to come down for spay and neuter. We've tried to make things as accessible as we possibly can. And even on this document, we put a nice little QR code in the lower right-hand corner that takes you right to our animals that are available for adoption. Then we've had a lot of questions from residents. What does it cost for animal services? So for each city, we've put the little square up in the left-hand corner that actually tells the residents that this is the rate that is being paid by your cities to provide these services to your residents. And this one in particular shows that for fiscal year 21-22 is the $6.79 per capita. And then I'm going to go to the next slide. I want to review our top activities that are provided by our officers for the Richmond residents in 2021. As you can see, despite continued COVID-19 challenges, we saw an increase in the total activities by about 9% between 2020 and 2021. It's not unusual for cities to see a decrease in bites and investigations due to people staying home during the pandemic. And our call increase in Richmond actually were through the deceased animal calls, as you can see. So I wanted to take a moment and provide you with additional brief summary of the animal service agreement. Next slide, please. And the next slide. So the agreement history, it's our agreement that we're currently operating under is long outdated. It is needed for a long time an update to better define our service levels and performance metrics. I don't know if many of you are familiar with our current agreement, but it's really about a page and a quarter long. And essentially all it says is we will uphold all state and local laws that are relating to animals, and we'll do it the same way that we did it back in fiscal year 2005-2006. What does that mean? That was a question that a lot of the city staff members and police chiefs would ask me when I first joined the organization and met with them in early 2016. So from that point forward, in meeting with the city staff, meeting with different members of the community, I started to hear, we want to know, what are we getting for our contract? What are we getting for our agreement? And so we started building discussions. We started building, what is a performance metric? What are we looking for in our performance? We started building on quarterly reports that we would be able to provide to the cities to show what activities were actually being done and what were those outcomes. So this agreement that you have in hand is actually reflects that feedback. We received the feedback from city staff, members of the public, as well through surveys, as well as through various meetings that we've had over the years. And I wanted to make sure that you understood that the purpose of this agreement is really to give you more definition of what services the county will provide to your city. And it also defines a funding structure to ensure that the department is able to cover the cost of providing those services. Because in the past, the fee increases were just done on the CPI. So we would have minimal increases to the payments for services, and the cost for services were actually going up 2 to 3 times that amount each year, which put us upside down in a very quick period, which affected service levels. We're looking to change that. Next slide, please. So the next slide. I don't know if we're stuck. So I want to go through and the updated agreement really isn't just about increasing services. It's about providing that much better detail regarding the service levels. When we can get to the next slide at some point, not sure if anybody else is seeing things advance or not. I'm not seeing an advancement.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor, could you ask Casey? Oh,
there we go.
Like they made a change.
There we go. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. As I mentioned, the upgraded agreement provides more detail. It creates accountability by listing target response times for each activity type. It also defines what is covered under deceased animal services. In the previous agreement, deceased animal services was not covered. It only covered mandated services. So things like deceased animals were not actually covered in the previous agreement. And it also describes which services are not included under the agreement. So it codifies performance reporting within the agreement, including an annual review and a needs assessment, which we've never done before, except informally, since I started back in early 2016. I wanted to formalize that with our city managers. Next slide, please. So the updated agreement and services, this slide and the next slide shows you all the services that are provided. All the services that are provided, and you're seeing in yellow, are services that have always been provided by animal services. The service that is in white is something that has changed. So our focus in the last 2 years has been on accepting animals that, excuse me? Okay, I'm sorry. Accepting animals that are under our mandate so that we're focusing our resources on animals that need us the most. Again, I want to provide an efficient, effective service to our city and residents and animals. So I want to make sure our resources are being used in the most effective, efficient manner possible. Next slide, please. So our officer hours changed in October of 2020. We made our current officer hours for officers that are out in the field. This is field officers, and they are out there from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And then our wildlife assistance calls were modified so that our sick and injured wildlife is reported to the agency in our state that is responsible for wild animals, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, vector control, or in certain cases, citizens can transport them directly to a wildlife rehabilitation agency, such as the Lindsay Wildlife Experience. Next slide, please. So the agreement fee structure, this is for fiscal year 22-23 and 23-24. When we initially presented the fee structure to our city managers and police chiefs, it was a sticker shock, as most of you can imagine, for all cities that were involved. because we were looking at needing to bring our price on a per capita basis for each city up to $9.11. When we presented that and we got feedback from our city managers, again, our goal is to be a good partner to our cities. We heard the challenges that each of our cities was faced with the increase in cost. So what we did is we went back and we actually created it into a 2-phase plan. And so phase 1 goes into effect actually on Friday, where in fiscal year 22-23, our fee rate would go to $7.97 for each person residing within the city limits of each city, according to the E1 report that is published in January of this year, but it reflects the population from last year. Complicated, but that's the statistics to it. And then in that increase then would actually also include that we would be adding a field service sergeant that would allow for increased animal service officer beat coverage, improved response time to dangerous animal cases, and improved public support and training for our officers. We would also be adding an additional field utility worker to reduce response times for the pickup of deceased animals while allowing us to resume deceased domesticated animal pickup on private property and picking up deceased wildlife from private property per the county fee schedule for the homeowner. We would also be adding 2 full-time staff members that would enhance our life-saving programs that serve our county residents, such as our pet assistance program, our transfer partner, and adoption programs. Phase 2 will commence on July 1st of 2023, and that would bring the per capita rate up to $9.11 for fiscal year 23-24. And we would create some additional changes at that time to provide better support to our cities. We would be adding 3 additional full-time animal service officers that would allow us to expand beat coverage and further decrease our priority 1 response times. We would add another animal care coordinator, I apologize, to decrease the length of stay for impounded animals and allow us to continue more focus on our pet assistance program services for families in Contra Costa County, and a medical supervisor to increase the efficiency of our on-site low-cost spay and neuter and vaccine services for our county residents. Next slide, please. For fiscal year 24 and 25 and beyond, the fees will be developed using a revised fee methodology, which is based upon the projected costs of services each fiscal year, subtracting our animal licensing fees, our user fees, and our general fund contribution, and then it is divided by the incorporated population of our contracted cities. The agreement also includes a plan for reconciliation based on year-end actual expenditures. So cities are paying only for actual costs. This has not ever been done before. And we felt that it's important for our cities to only be paying for the cost of services. So a reconciliation report of actual costs each fiscal year will be completed and sent to the cities in August of each year. So next year you would receive a reconciliation report in August of 2023. And if there's any savings that is there at that time, that would then be applied to the following fiscal year to help reduce the costs. Next slide, please. So I wanted to take an opportunity to address some of the public comments and the Animal Rights Coalition presentation that was made to your city. I know it was a little while ago now, so I apologize. But next slide. There we go. Comment that the agreement is inadequate and does not include feedback from the cities. That is actually incorrect. The updated agreement provides much greater detail regarding our service levels and includes performance metrics and reflects the feedback provided to us by each city manager and police chief over a multi-year period. The agreement does not include services for wildlife. The updated agreement focuses on the services that we are mandated to perform in your community as your animal service provider. Injured wildlife calls fall within the jurisdiction of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And I want to note, I'm going to add a little bit here, is that we're in regular communication with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. I had a meeting with them on Monday morning, and we talked with their officers in regards to how we can help to ensure better communication, training, and education for Contra Costa County residents to be able to support them with wildlife. So this is not that we've just put up our hands and walked away. We still care. We still want to provide a service. It's just that we do not have the staffing levels to provide the continued service that we have been doing. And that's why that service had to change. So this agreement does not include spay and neuter services, adoption program, pet retention, etc. That's true. These services never been included in the city agreements, never. They are funded through the county's contribution. As Supervisor Joya mentioned, our general fund contribution from the county helps to support those non-mandated services. And those services are also supported by user fees. If we were to include them in the agreement, which if you want them in the agreement, we definitely can do that, but they will end up driving up the cost for each city to receive those services. And I don't think that is a necessary thing at this time, so I have not included it. Although we will always be open to discussion with our city partners on what type of services you want included in your agreement. Next page, please. So the Contra Costa Animal Services did not apply for Measure X funding. So Contra Costa Animal Services, we were advised by the County Administrator's Office to not submit a request for Measure X funding. We drafted a proposal for Measure X funding, but then ultimately we were not permitted to submit the proposal for consideration. The city's per capita rate increases while the county contribution remains stagnant. Supervisor Joya already addressed this, as he mentioned. We are committed to partnering with our cities to provide the services. However, we don't really have an obligation to subsidize city animal services under state law. However, our county does. We are very fortunate in our having a county that is willing to help to support the cities to provide those services. We want to ensure that it's a, like I said, fair and equitable, sustainable agreement. In fiscal year 22-23, our county's contribution from the general fund is increasing by $270,000. Next slide, please. So Supervisor Joy has kind of let this proverbial cat out of the bag already. So our next slide, so you can just read it. But we are looking at being able to wrap up that situation with the Pinole shelter, and we can get our new nonprofit partner in there and get things going hopefully within the next couple of months, and we can make a formal announcement of who that is. But we're very excited by the possibility and very thankful for the organization to stepping up and offering to become a great partner for our county. And next slide. So this is where I say thank you again and ask if you have any questions I can answer.
Okay, time for questions from city council members. Are there any? Go ahead, Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Supervisor Joya and Director Ward, for doing this presentation and answering some of those questions from previous presentations. I appreciate it. Just to follow up, only because I've just kind of been confused. It seemed like in the new agreement, I might have misread it, but it said that you offer various services. It seemed like spay and neuter services were a part of that. So I guess a two-parter question is before 2020 pandemic hit, what was the service level that you used to provide when it came to spay, neuter, or stray animals? how was it reduced in 2020? And with this new fee structure, are any of those services like the Pinole shelter potentially opening up again, which is good news to me? But will any of those services that were cut during COVID, during 2020, the services that were cut, are any of them going to be restored?
Okay, so your first question was the services are in the agreement. So in the agreement, it does outline, we are mandated by state law to provide rabies vaccine clinic, just for rabies is our only mandate to provide that. We actually provide more than that. We provide a weekly low-cost vaccine clinic. This time it's 1 day a week. We're looking to expand that to 2 days a week.
Nice.
But we're only mandated to do it like once a year through the state. So that's why it's in the agreement. And then we also have where we are mandated by state law to spay and neuter any animals that are adopted from our shelter. So that's why it's in the agreement. And then also through our Contra Costa County ordinance, we do have an ordinance around the spay and neuter of animals that have been impounded at large. And so again, that's why it's in the agreement. Prior to the, you asked about services being affected by the pandemic or changing. And so there was no services that were cut by the pandemic. We reduced service levels in March of 2020, when the pandemic was announced. We actually closed our vaccine clinic and our spay and neuter clinic to the public because of resource supply concerns for humans and human hospitals, because we use a lot of supplies that cross over, like oxygen was a big deal right then. So we spay and neuter is seen as an elective surgery. And so we did not stop surgery, but we reduced our services to just doing those that were mandated by law or needed to be done because of a health issue for that particular animal. And then we got that thing started back up. Matter of fact, some people are concerned that we did it this way. We started back up surgeries for our community cat people that are doing trap, neuter, and return, because we saw a real vocal concern about having kittens being born in the springtime, and there's no spay and neuter services, and we're going to be overwhelmed by cats and kittens in our county. So we started that back up in probably late March, early April of 2020. And we actually increased those surgeries during the whole, from then on, we've actually increased those surgeries by more than 20% over year pre-pandemic. But there's some concerns because while we increased those surgeries, because of the pandemic, we didn't have a situation where we could bring the public into the shelter. So like, for instance, if you had a dog that you wanted to have neutered, bringing you into the shelter would have violated some of the travel agreements that we had at the time and the limitations. And then also when those got lifted, having you meeting up with our staff in the lobby, there was a lot of challenges. So it was a lot simpler for us just to work with our community cat folks, because they would bring cats in traps and we could work with them a little bit easier. And so that delayed us in getting our public surgeries back up. And we fully opened that back up in March of 2022. And we've done about 1,000 surgeries since then. So.
Okay, and thank you for that response. That's actually enlightening for me. I appreciate that. One final question, and I'll give up the mic. I also just heard concerns that there's plenty of shelter groups that are working in the county too. I know one of them was paused, but it sounded like they were also facing impacted, and they were also being impacted and not necessarily supported by the county as much as previous years, or at least that was my interpretation.
Right.
I could be misinterpreting that, but just the concern, especially because I've had to use some of those shelters in the past before too. I guess, what is the Animal Services Department plan to collaborate better with some of our nonprofit shelters who are servicing very low to moderate income community members in terms of taking care of their pets?
Right. Well, let me first of all be clear is that we only have 2 other shelters in Contra Costa County. One of them is the Antioch shelter that serves the city of Antioch. And then we have ARF, Tony LaRussa's Animal Rescue, and it's located in Walnut Creek, and they are a nonprofit organization that has their own focuses. And so then we have rescue groups that are small nonprofit groups that are out in our community. Some of them are local and some of them are not local, but they do serve in our community. Those are probably the ones that you're talking about feeling impacted. Now, some of those I can't speak directly to. I hear various things from different groups. But what we've done is since 2016, fiscal year 2016-17, is we have actually taken funds from our animal benefit fund. It's a nonprofit donation fund into our organization. And we've taken those monies and we've turned them around and we've put them back out to the community to give to those nonprofit groups to help offset some of their costs that they're being affected by. We do about $100,000 a year. And then this year we actually increased it to $150,000. That's shared across various groups, depending on what they're doing and what activities and what they've asked for. And then we also provide our trap, neuter, return surgeries are currently done. Again, this is very controversial and could change at any time. So I want to be careful, but are currently done at no cost to an individual or to a group. They come in, the animals get spayed, neutered, vaccinated, microchipped, and we also do ancillary surgeries. Like if they have a bad eye, we might do an eye removal. If they need a laceration repair, something like that, there's no charge to those groups. We also used to charge our rescue groups to adopt out animals from the shelter. Since 2016, we have stopped that practice. Those animals are transferred out to those organizations at no cost to them. So I understand that there's probably impacts because what's happening out in the veterinary community is the cost for surgeries, the cost for medical care are getting higher. They're affecting everybody, individuals and groups. And so I know each group is getting probably impacted in different ways. Plus people were a little bit more cautious about holding on to their donations, so they may not have gotten enough donations. So I recognize that our rescue groups are feeling an impact, but we're providing the best services we can to support them in their work, because without them, it wouldn't benefit us to not support them. They make a huge difference in shelters. So
Appreciate
that
it.
answers your question.
Yeah, it does. Thank you so much. I'll conclude my questions. Thank you again.
Councilmember Bates, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'd like to remind you that this item was placed on the agenda by me. My experience indicates that politically, as well as in the business arena, there's always 2 sides and sometimes 3 sides or more to an equation that as it relates to service or non-services. I'm going to request that this council be as patient to the animal rights group who asked me to place this on the agenda as you have been to the county, insofar as allowing them a similar time. And I've asked them to be brief and to the point and try to move forward. And at the conclusion, I have some recommendations that I like to make. So Mrs. Loader, Laureen is one of the leaders of the animal rights group. And I would like for her to introduce herself and the speakers that are related to the animal rights organization. So, Ms. Loader, if you're available, I appreciate you proceeding.
This is Richard. I'm trying to bring her in.
Okay, thank you, Richard, for your very fine expertise.
Hi, this is Laureen Lober. And I was not planning on being a panelist and don't believe any other members are actually available. But I would be happy if there are any questions or any clarification. I think one thing that stood out to me was John Joya mentioning the negotiation for the Canal shelter. That's actually being done with the Animal Fix Clinic that operates in El Cerrito. That's not going to replace shelter services unless something's changed drastically. They provide low-cost spay and neuters for dogs and cats, owned cats and community cats. So I think that, in my opinion, that's misleading. It's not going to take the place of what's needed, especially for when we have, stray dogs, dogs that present, that are considered dangerous. And then also for injured animals. How is that going to help us? I'd like to know that.
Yeah, actually, Beth Ward can respond to those. Go ahead.
Let me speak to that. And Laureen, good to hear you. Good to talk to you. Laureen spends quite a bit of time talking with me in regards to community cat issues. So I'm surprised she hasn't brought these concerns directly to me. But my comment in regards to Animal Fix Clinic is that the reason, and I feel bad because you've brought it forward and it's not a finalized contract, so it could jeopardize that. I hope it doesn't. But our goal in looking at a high volume, low cost spay and neuter clinic for that facility is multifold. One, the facility is not a facility that meant for long-term animal housing. That is one of the reasons why we are not using it. It is not appropriate for that type of housing. Two is because the issue with animals in our community is that we have too many of them, and we want to address the root problem, and that's the pet overpopulation problem. It's a fine thing to develop programs to deal with having to find homes for kittens or having to find homes for dogs or having to do dog training or do whatever to help deal with a problem. But let's try to prevent that problem from occurring. And by bringing in a high quality, high volume, low cost to free service into our West County and they already exist there. If it is that agency, they already exist, but they're looking at expanding that. And what a wonderful opportunity this is for our county, is to provide that type of service to our residents. So I understand where your concerns are, and you're thinking about firefighting. We're thinking about fire prevention.
Mr. Mayor, would you allow the speaker, Mrs. Loader, to conclude with her statement? If there are questions that want to be asked to her at the end, so be it. But allow her to speak uninterrupted as we did.
I'm trying to avoid turning this into a debate.
That's what I mean.
So Ms. Loader, do you have a statement, or are you done?
Oh, I'm not done. I wanted to just clarify that the Board of Supervisors meeting actually had the negotiation that obviously was closed. That was with the Animal Fix Clinic. I do feel like my concerns, which, I represent other rescue groups and rescue people, I feel they're really being minimized, and we're kind of being placated with the need for low-cost spay and neuters. I've been doing rescue work for decades, and I'm highly aware of that. I find it offensive to say that I haven't asked for certain things, which I don't want to get into a debate, but questions have been asked about the Pinot shelter. It took months to get an answer, and the answers were vague. So I don't want this to be a dispute. But yes, I do feel that this is really not a fair conversation, and it's really not meant to be a debate forum.
Okay, so at that.
Are you finished, Ms. Loader? Ms. Loader,
Well,
are you finished?
Is there any, well, no, I am.
What I'm inclined to do is to go back to city council members, see if they have any questions. And then we're gonna go to members of the public, and I'm sure there's some here. So can we move on to city council? Are there any other city council members who have questions or comments?
Could we wait for the public to comment before council members comment?
Well, I don't see anybody else with a hand up, so we're ready to go to the public. But I did have a couple of questions of my own first. One of the issues that came up is whether these fee increases are basically being done on the backs of the cities while the county is not contributing. And Supervisor Joya pointed out that the county is contributing $270,000. But I want to point out that Richmond's increase alone for this year is next year is $100,000. And I think I saw 23-24, it's well over $1 million. If you take the county's $270 and divide it by the 18 cities in Contra Costa County that use this service, that comes to $15,000 a city. So, you can.
I can respond to that, Tom.
What?
Let me respond to that.
Well, I mean, it seems
because you are not taking, let me ask Beth. Beth, what is the total general fund amount that the county puts into animal services now?
It's almost $4.4 million.
All right, so
I don't want to get into debate. I just want to point out that the cost is increasing substantially, and most of it's being borne by the cities, not by the counties. I mean, that's a fact, and I think that's something that is riling some people up. The other thing I wanted to point out is that basically the essence of this debate we've been having is that people want more services. And I think it would have been a good idea of the county to basically monetize those services and then go out to the cities and say, what do you want to pay for? For example, removing injured or dead wild animals. And people have asked for that, and the animal service said we're not going to do it. But it would be interesting to know what it costs. I mean, if we in Richmond found out that we could have that service for an additional, $5,000 a year, we might go for it. And some other cities might also. So we were not given. Well, let me finish. We were not given any.
I just want to make sure you understand you are getting that service.
I thought it was deleted. I thought
no, sir.
That it was Fish and Wildlife was going to provide that.
No, sir. No. The deceased animals, you are receiving that, and we're expanding.
No, I'm talking about injured wildlife.
Okay, I'm sorry. You said deceased animals, so I apologize.
Well, I misspoke. Do you guys do whales?
No.
No, sir, we do not.
Hey, Tom, let me ask you something, because I want to ask Beth, will you explain the process you used to work with the 18 or with the city managers to prioritize the services? It's my understanding you actually had meetings with city managers. Can you talk about that process?
That's correct. It's actually been a multi-year process where I've met each year with each city manager and police chief. And we've talked about the services that are important to them and their cities. and the service levels. Then we also sat and we met with our cities by region. We, with our each supervisor that has their region, we had them available with their city and their city managers and police chiefs available to talk about what are the important things for each of the regions. And then we kind of compiled it all into one major document.
Yeah,
Well,
I
I
think
appreciate
the
that.
idea, I think Beth tried to take this whole process, started before the pandemic. And I know Beth tried to meet, had a process to meet with city managers throughout the county. And I think do what you're suggesting, which is understand from the cities, what are the needs, what are the priorities, in order to include that. And I do need to make a really important comment because I think it's really important to be factual. What I said from the outset, state law places the requirement to provide these services on the municipal government. Richmond is legally required to do these things, but contracts with the county to do them. And the county subsidizes currently some of the cost in each of the cities. That is a fact. Part of that 4.4 million. Let me be clear. There are 180,000 people who live in the unincorporated areas. County is required to provide the animal services under state law to those 180,000 people. It is not required to perform animal services unless there's a contract to people who live in cities. So Beth, how much additionally is the county paying above the 4.4 million in this upcoming fiscal year?
So basically the county is paying almost $22 per capita for unincorporated residents.
Right. And what's the additional amount that we're paying in the new fiscal year out of it?
For this fiscal year, we've increased it by 270,000.
Great, exactly. And Richmond is going up from 877 to from 755 to 877. Richmond's going up about $120,000 for the 110,000 people that live in the city of Richmond. The county is going up by 200 and what? 200 and what, Beth? 200 and whatever that was.
I apologize. I thought you were asking me
for the 180,000 people who live in the unincorporated area. I think it's really important to continue to say the county is doing this under a contract to help the cities, and we are paying some of your cost, and we're trying to do it as reasonably as possible, or you can go out and do what Antioch does and spend $2 million and do it yourself. I think that we're trying to keep it reasonable, but you have to be accurate when you're talking about the cost. And believe me, I'd love to see more services. And if we're all willing to pay for more, there could be more services. And I think what Beth tried to do is prioritize what the cities wanted, put that into this contract. And let me say the last point. I think there's nothing that prevents all of us after this contract is amended and signed from continuing to work together to refine the services and determine what else cities may want and add to that. So the process doesn't stop today. This is just, again, 15 of the 18 cities have already agreed to this, and we're anxious to start these increased services countywide, and we can continue to work together to refine and look at other services. That's a suggestion.
Okay,
Mayor Budd, if I may.
let's go with
Mayor Budd, if I may.
Yeah.
I want to be thoughtful about and make sure the council knows what's proposed to come to them on July 5th. So the information that I have from Acting Chief Torona is that the contract is in excess of $1 million. The contract amount that's proposed to be approved on July 5th. One moment, please.
It's $1 million in
$1,004,724 for fiscal year 22-23.
Right, that's what I said. Next year it goes up 120,000, then it goes up like like.
I just heard, I'm sorry, I was confused. I heard numbers of 700 and 800,000.
No, let me, it's 755 now. And Beth, it's to go up to about 877,786 in fiscal year 22-23.
That's correct. And the summary sheet that we provided, Ms. Curl and the police chief basically outlines it that in fiscal year 22-23, which begins on Friday, the cost per capita goes to $797, which would have a fee for fiscal year 22-23 for $877,736. Fiscal year 23-24, the per capita fee goes up to $9.11 per person, and that would be a full fee for the year of $1,003,284.
Yeah, so I just wanted to focus on the latter number so the council's not surprised when they see the resolution next week. Thank you.
Okay, this sounds like the price of gas. Okay, I'm sure we have public speakers. Let's go to the public speakers.
Yes, we do.
Okay, go ahead and call.
I have Jesse Teran, phone number ending in 5249, Mark Wasberg, and Hewlin Barnett. Jesse Teran, you will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. So I do a lot of dog rescue here in Richmond. And first of all, I just want to point out that the numbers being quoted, the numbers that the city is paying right now for animal services are very low, and we should be animal services it's not just about money. This is about ethics and morality. Without these animal services, the dogs and cats in the city would be suffering tremendously. What they're, even with what we've agreed to pay, it's too little. Now my second point that I wanted to make is we really do need a place in West County where strays can be brought or dropped off. There are a lot of people who find dogs and they don't know where to bring them. What do you do with a dog that you find if you can't get all the way to Martinez? What do you do with it? And the other thing I wanted to point out is that I brought dogs to the Martinez shelter in the past, and they weren't accepting animals. And I've wound up having to bring dogs as far as the peninsula to just find a safe place for them. The other thing I would like to mention is that with the spay and neuter, yes, we need spay and neuter. But maybe we could, enact an ordinance, something like if they want their dogs to be not spayed or neutered, then they have to get a breeding license and pay a couple $1,000s for a breeding license if you don't want your dog to be spayed or neutered. Because right now, people are breeding dogs and they're thinking they're going to make money by selling the puppies. And it's a terrible, terrible situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is phone number ending in 5249. If you could please unmute yourself by pushing *9. You can go ahead and start.
My name is Lisa Kirk. I'm with the Contra Costa SPCA. I'm a nonprofit in East County that we've spent over $50,000 in 2021 for spay and neuters of this area. We have no animal services. We're in the same boat you are. They're coming to you to pay for most of the mandated services. They're coming to us to pay for most of the non-mandated services. So we're in the same boat, but we have no standing in this. I would advise that you do a joint authorities committee after this pilot project. I would say you only sign the contract for a year. And what's really important to me, because I've been stuck in the middle of injured and sick wildlife, I've exposed myself to rabies, and I shouldn't have to be doing that. No one in Contra Costa County should have to deal with a sick or injured wildlife. And I'm sorry, Beth, you've had 2 years to deal with fish and game. They won't come out. We need to have Contra Costa Animal Services deal with the issue of rabies control with sick and injured wildlife and not make the public deal with this. That needs to be included in your contracts. As far as I trap in Sacramento County, same budget as this. They don't have contracted cities. The county funds the $12 million budget. They have not closed down to the intake of healthy cats and kittens. And people, we're going to 750,000 cats. And the shelter, I'm a trapper. I get 2 appointments every 4 weeks. I have colonies out here that have between 5 and 20. It doesn't work. We are just producing more animals. So I would hold off on that contract as long as you can. I'd make it 1 year. It's a pilot project. Ask them to increase their dog revenues. Ask them to cut some staff. You know, there are ways to save money. And the Pinole shelter, I don't think is going to become anything but a spay and neuter. And Sacramento County puts money into the budgets of nonprofits to provide that.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mark Wasberg. Mark, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, you got to have services to pick up dead animals. There was a dead deer around about 2-3 months ago right here on Dam Road on the sidewalk, and he was laying there for about 2-3 days. So I called the sheriff. They say, well, call animal control. So I called them, and they said, well, we can't do nothing about it. So finally, I flagged down the sheriff. I said, you got to get this stinky thing out of here, man. It's stinking up the whole avenue. So finally, he got on the radio, made a call, and within a couple hours, it was already gone. Look, if the state passes a law, the state is going to make sure that the county and the city is going to have the money to pay for it. You guys are like fighting over, well, the county's only going to give us so much money, then Richmond's going to have to pick it up. That's a bunch of nonsense. It all comes out of our taxpayers' money. You got people in Oklahoma paying for Richmond. You got people in Richmond paying out for Oklahoma. You know, this is a bunch of stupid politics, bunch of dumb politics. The money's there. There's all kinds of money there. But you guys are just arguing and screaming at each other about who's going to pay for what. You know, the bottom line is, why don't you just spade your animals? That's it. You know, it's only an animal. You know, it doesn't have a conscience. You know, when it's gone, it's gone. So, yeah, you know, I don't know what's the big deal about it. I'll yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Hewlin Barnett. Hewlin, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I want to thank Mr. Joya for not having a conversation with the community about the closure of the animal shelter. My daughter goes to martial arts right next to it, and we were going there on a regular basis, not to necessarily the animal shelter, but to our martial arts class. And then all of a sudden we find out the shelter's closed, and then there's never a discussion with the community, which again, the people voted for you, so they must be happy that the shelter's closed. So I'm going to take it and read it like that. If they voted for you, that's what they wanted. But it's interesting when the caller from Antioch is telling you what the problem is, and the people here in the community are telling you what the problem are. And I'm pretty sure you can remember Sean Taylor back in 2007, who was mauled by dogs in North Richmond, and you were county supervisor at the time. So there'll be things that'll be on your head, Mr. Joya, when you don't solve problems. And it's also really sad that when we look at the politicians, from Mr. Bates to Ms. McLaughlin to every one of those politicians who endorsed you and basically said you're doing a good job. Well, I'm glad the people are getting what they asked for, John. They're getting what they asked for. They got you. So long as you don't come in my neighborhood with any crap, we all good, John. I told you I'd see you at every opportunity I get to see you. We're going to see each other. And I'm not yielding my time.
Are you done?
No, I'm not.
Please continue.
Mr. Butts is the problem too. He's a part of the problem too. He doesn't want any solutions. He's making money off the city of Richmond with John Joya, and doesn't give a damn about the community. That's why they endorsed each other. But they'll talk RPA and Mr. Butts. Sounds like a butt party to me.
Time has expired. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Bates, did you want to say anything to wind this up before we go on?
Yes, I appreciate that.
All right.
And thanks to all the speakers. I've learned over the years that when you're involved in a situation like that, like this, you want to hear first from the providers, and then you want to hear from the receivers. Those are benefiting from the program. And there's a contrast difference between what the providers say as opposed to what the receivers. And it's the best evaluation is those that are receiving, those that are out there in the trenches. They're probably the most accurate ones in terms of their analysis and what rating you may want to give. So having said that, I think it's ridiculous that West County do not have a facility in our location. It doesn't make sense to drive all the way to Martinez, some 30 miles to get service. That's the first mistake. You could have contracted out with some organization to handle some of these services. Now, I'm going to make a recommendation. It may be very unpopular, but I think it will best serve. The county refused to use Measure X. That was a tax on all of the citizens in Richmond. You could have used a portion of the Measure X funds to keep the city's portion at a lower rate. You chose not to do that. Instead, you chose to go to the cities and stick it to each one of them. Whereas the services certainly don't demand and not even equal to what we're paying. My recommendation, Mr. Mayor and Council, we're obligated at least to 1 year, that we sign a 1-year contract, and that you appoint Councilman Willis and myself on a committee. And if there's another one that would like to join, that would make 3, which was not in a violation. And that we work with the 5 cities, El Cerrito, San Pablo, Pinole, Hercules, and of course, Richmond, to create a JPA as we have on the West County Agency, the West County Integrated Group, to oversee. And I guarantee you that this body will come back with a program that is far less expensive than what the county is proposing. In addition, I would recommend that we go that route, that we add a member from the Animal Rights Organization to that JPA committee. Collectively, we can do one or two things. We can form our own staffing, or we can contract it out with oversight. And I guarantee you we'll get much better service, more efficient service, and quicker service than what we're getting from the county. So those are my recommendations, and I'd like to hear from my colleagues. Thank you.
Well, Councilmember Bates, I would recommend you put that on a future agenda, and we'll see where we go with it. But I think we need to close this out and move on. So.
Tom, those other cities in West County, their councils already approved entering into this agreement for 2 years.
Okay. So
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we do have a member that has been waiting with her hand up that was never called on. Could you please give her the courtesy to make a public comment?
We're going to move on. We did council members, we did the public, more public speakers.
Yeah, but Mr. Mayor, the county took far more time to present their situation than the public. And I think out of respect, if it's only one additional speaker with 2 minutes, out of professional courtesy.
Okay, I'll give the speaker 2 minutes to speak. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Whoever it is.
Okay, I have Charlotte. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. I do agree that animal services does need additional funding, but I think we do need to analyze how the funds are spent. Many counties contribute towards animal services, not just with unincorporated areas as the amount they include. For example, Stanislaus County contributes 40% from their general fund. In addition, city fees go towards mandated and non-mandated services. So the contract should include mandated and non-mandated services. CCAS continues to state if cities do not agree with their terms, then they are free to provide their own animal services, knowing full well over the years, part of the city fees goes towards fixed assets, intangible assets like software, equipment. City fees have been paying that. So if they go out on their own and want their own animal services, how are those fixed assets going to be contributed through the other animal services if they go on their own? We need animal services to attend to injured wildlife too. They did in the past before with the staffing that they have. They promised with additional funding that from the cities, they would continue and reinstate those services. However, this did not happen. In addition, California Fish and Wildlife does not have total jurisdiction over live wildlife calls. That is inaccurate again. Other shelters respond to live injured wildlife. Fish and Wildlife also refers calls to local animal shelters. CCS has stated that they don't have a crystal ball knowing what the county is going to contribute towards the budget. So they don't know how much the cities are actually going to be paying. It's like having a mortgage, buying a house, and not knowing what you're going to be paying every month. How can the city sign an agreement not knowing what they're going to be contributing? This agreement has an ambiguous language.
Time has expired. Thank you. And there are more public.
Okay, thank you, everybody, for contributing to this discussion. One thing I know is the most important thing to people other than their children are their animals. So we will now move on to the next item, which is item P2. Would you call that, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item P2 is to amend direction provided by City Council on December 21st, 2021, which appropriated $50,000 for flex funds for vehicle repair and servicing to expand the terms under which these funds can be spent and to be overseen by the Community Development Department.
This is your item, Vice Mayor. You want to introduce it?
Yes, and I would actually like to start with a point of order. This has already been spoken by the council had comments. The public had comments. Comment session was closed. The council had comments after the public, and we were ready to vote. So the only thing that's left to do with this item is to have a vote.
Well, I think if any item that's on the agenda, I think we have an obligation to take public comments. So let me ask the city attorney if we can forego that. Do we have anybody from the city attorney's office here?
Yeah, what the rule is that you're not required to take public comment if during the public comment at the beginning of the meeting, people were able to speak on it. If people were not able to speak on it, then they have to speak on the individual agenda items.
So do we have any public speakers on this item, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we do.
Well, would you call them, please?
Okay.
I have Mark Wasberg, Don Gosney, Darren Lowndes,
Aren't we
Leah
going
Murray.
to hear the item first so the public knows what the public at large knows what the item is about?
I think the city clerk called it, didn't you? Or
yes, I read it into the record.
Yeah, but I want to hear a little bit more about it. I mean,
oh, okay, you want the staff report?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Okay, I don't mind doing the staff report. As I said before, we've already done a staff report, and a lot of the people who are speaking have already spoken to this. They'll be speaking to this a second time. If that's the way we want to do it, that's fine with me. But in terms of getting business done expediently, this is not the way to do it. So
that's how we roll here on the city council. How many times have the same people got up and said the same thing about Point Melody in the last 5 years? So we specialize in talking too much. So let's go.
Well, actually, you're mixing apples and oranges. When people speak at Point Melody items, they speak to a separate item each time. This is the same item being spoken to for 2 times.
Right,
But-
okay.
Point of order. I do not believe this particular item ever had had a discussion.
It did.
I believe that the item that I brought forward
No,
initially.
you are wrong.
Look,
Am I wrong?
here's what we're gonna
I
do.
don't know for sure.
This could have been over by now.
Wait, calm down, everybody. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have a staff.
I just want to know.
We're gonna have questions from city council members. We're gonna have public comments, and then we're gonna vote. So
Okay, so we're gonna do this as if we hadn't done it before, even though we had done everything up to the vote.
That's right, unless you want to take a vote to overrule me.
Oh, no, I don't want to cause any consternation from anyone, but I do want everyone to know that this has already been spoken to, public comment, conversation, and all that needed to be done was to have a vote. That's all.
Okay, well, let's get on with it. Let's have a staff report.
All right. So this concerns $50,000, which has already been allocated by the city to the unhoused community at
A
Riding
point of
Road.
order, Mr. Mayor. You asked for a staff report. Vice Mayor is not staff. Let the staff speak about what is in it, and then he can articulate his position.
Well, I'd asked him to introduce it, and he said he was going to forego that. So now he wants to introduce it. I'll let him introduce.
Well, then you don't want a staff report. Then you want him.
Well, then we'll have a staff. Then we'll have a staff report.
An agenda.
Okay, I don't want to have this meeting break down into chaos, so I will just turn it over to staff. Let them do what they have to do, and we'll roll on.
Okay, we have a staff.
Mayor, but actually, when council members put items on the agenda for the good of the order, so that the council members can hear from the other council members about their ideas, it is helpful if they frame it, because staff is here to support the council once there is consensus on moving an item forward. So I want to be thoughtful about what we're asking Ms. Velasco and others to do in this situation, and respectfully suggest that the makers of the item consider providing some broader context, because this appears to be an extremely contentious matter. And I want us to be able to honor the council's requests and operationalize what you all ask us to do.
Well, I offered Vice Mayor the opportunity to introduce it, and he said he wanted to move on. So now I'm going to ask.
Mayor, you are reading the situation wrong. But since you are the chair of the meeting, I'll let you do what you have to do.
Okay. Do we have a staff report from a staff person?
Mayor, I'm happy to provide some additional detail. Vice Mayor Martinez is correct. We did discuss this item, receive public comment, and prior to a vote, the meeting ended at 11:30. But this item that is being discussed is that the council appropriated $50,000 worth of funds that would help support Riden residents to do vehicle repair, vehicle towing, as well as vehicle storage that would support their relocation to alternative housing. Since that time, staff did issue in February of this year an RFQ seeking qualified on-call auto mechanic services, and no responses were received in response to that request for qualifications. We did issue a vehicle repair form to all residents of Riden. 14 requests were received, with most having at least one vehicle and one RV needing repairs. 9 of the applicants did not have vehicles registered in their names. Repairs varied, but included new transmissions, new starters, motors, brakes, electrical repairs, needing smog checks and tune-ups, check engine lights, and tires. Some residents acknowledged that it may be cheaper to buy a new car than repair the cars they had. So at this time, residents have come back to staff and are requesting that alternative options be allowed for use of the funds, which could be purchasing new vehicles that can be registered in their names and insured, because right now, since they don't have pink slips and titles in their names, that's a challenge in being able to get registration as well as pay the necessary insurance. They would be willing to relinquish vehicles. Others want to relocate with family members, but their current RV or vehicle does not run, and so they're unable to move. Others want to be able to pay insurance, and so having title to their vehicles is important. And because they don't have pink slips, the DMV does not allow us to do that. Others have talked to mechanics, but they aren't from a mechanic shop that the city is unable to get vendor W-9 forms for. And so we also want to consider that incentive payments be provided to write-in residents that decide to go into shelter and stay longer than 2 weeks. So this may encourage them to try some of alternative housing options. So that summarizes my report, and I'm happy to answer any additional questions the council may have.
Okay, are there questions from council members? Councilmember
Yeah.
West, go ahead.
Approximately how many residents are on Ryden Road?
So we have 25 program participants, which equals 21 households. So in some cases, people are sharing, are living together.
I'm sorry, Lena, how many were there? Because I did a site visit today.
There's 25 program participants.
So can you define what program participant means for the good of the order, so folks know that if they're there and they're new and they're not a program participant, so then if people are providing public comment after your presentation, that there's clarity on what you're saying?
Yes, I'm happy to. So a program participant is somebody that has registered with Housing Consortium of the East Bay, has signed a program agreement, and is obtaining services through the city. So there are, and this has been some of the challenges that SAF and HCEB have encountered, that this is a public street, so people are able to come and go. It's not fenced. And so, but a program participant is somebody that has completed our program agreement, is registered in our HMIS system, which tracks the services they're receiving. But there are people living at Ryden occasionally, sometimes for a couple of days. And there are people coming and going.
Well, approximately how many of non-participants that are also in the Ryden area?
I would say, again, it fluctuates, but there's probably 10 additional people that come and go.
All right, just say 35, and you got $50,000. How are you going to distribute $50,000 on an equitable basis? Now, I heard someone saying they wanted an airplane ticket to join their families apparently out of state. There doesn't seem to be any procedure of how you spend taxpayers' money, what justifies this expenditure, and how you are equitable to the 35 individuals out there. How are you planning on doing that?
So Councilmember Bates, that's a really good question. And we have been engaging with the residents and having a discussion about this. So there is agreement amongst the residents that an equitable manner of distributing the funds would be to divide it equally amongst the 25 people.
No matter what the usage?
Well, no, the usage would still need to be verified. And so, for example, if somebody was seeking a plane ticket to relocate with the family member, we would engage their family member, have a discussion with them, understand if they're accepting, this family member to move with them, and have a discussion with them about it prior to purchasing the plane ticket. But we do plan to account for the dollars in regards to making sure that the money is spent on items that would assist them in their relocation to support the sunsetting of Ryden Road.
Well, my last comment is this. If you plan on providing a reporting period expenditure of the $50,000 like you did for the $1.5 million, of which I'm still waiting on a report of how that money was spent and the justification thereof. That don't make sense, but I won't be voting for it anyway. So you got your votes lined up. Thank you very much.
Are there other questions from council members? I had a couple of questions. So I'm reading the staff report, and it says expand the terms under which these funds can be spent to be overseen by the Community Development Department, Vice Mayor Eduardo Martinez. So am I understanding this correctly, that basically the vice mayor is going to decide how to spend the funds?
Mayor, but can Vice Mayor Martinez respond, since he was the writer of the agenda report, what his intent was?
It was not my intention to be the sole determiner of how this money is being spent. This is an item that is done by staff. I'm not staff, I'm council. I give direction, staff does it.
So is it okay with the Department of Community Development that you guys will decide how to spend this money? Lena, is that your understanding? Is that acceptable to you?
Yeah, that it would be funneled through this department, and we would work with our our providers to ensure that the money is being used in a manner that's consistent with.
So is it fair to say that there'd be a quid pro quo for anybody getting money that they go away? If you get any money, you have to agree to leave. Is that fair?
I don't think it's feasible to do it right away, but I think the goal would be that the funds would be used to support their relocation beyond a certain point. Yes.
So if you can't get a commitment from them to leave, we're just handing out free money to people to do whatever they want to with it, huh? Is that what we're talking about?
Well, I think we do want to support those that are ready to seek alternative housing, but I'm just, again, acknowledging that it's $50,000, not likely to, be able to pay rent for several months. I mean, once we divide it amongst 25 people, it's like
that's not
$1,000.
You said, yeah. So what you got 25 people, 50,000. So you're talking about $2,000 per person. And I'd almost be willing to support this if there was a quid pro quo built into it, where you said, look, we'll give you $2,000 if you'll leave and never come back. That's probably a bargain for the city. But to say, we'll give you $2,000 and we hope you leave sometime, I can't support that. So go ahead, Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes, I just want, first of all, thank you for the refreshing of this item. I also want to say that there is some collaboration going on with various groups for our Ride-in Sunset. So another item will be coming forward with a date in the next few months, that will be a drop dead date, sunset date. So it's not like, people are going to stay forever. People understand that there is going to be a sunset date coming up in the fall, And in the meantime, this item will give staff an opportunity to engage with the residents, find out what their needs are, get them ready to take the next step in their life. So I had initially brought forward that 50,000 for various repair and storage. And I think the vice mayor is simply wanting to expand on the opportunities to utilize that 50,000. I think that's fine. I fully support it. I appreciate Ms. Velasco's description. And I think it's a good set. I just wanted to make sure you know, Mayor Butt, that there will be a sunset coming forward.
Well, we've heard that before. Okay, let's go to public speakers.
Okay, I have Mark Wasberg, Don Gosney, Darren Lowndes, Leah Murray, Jesse Teran, and John Springman. Mark Wasberg, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Let me get this straight here. Now, you're going to go out and buy these people new cars when they're too lazy to go out and work and earn it themselves? They're either just a bunch of druggies, a bunch of worthless people who don't want to go out and work, who's looking for a freebie, and the city of Richmond is using our hard-working taxpayers' money, who have to get up every morning to put up with all the BS at work, and you're just going to hand out money. Who's going to pay for the insurance? Who's going to pay for the registration? You're going to have to pay every month on their insurance. And the city's not obligated to do that at all. They need to go out and get a job because they're just too damn fucking lazy to go out and work. They're a bunch of low-life, druggy dope addicts who ain't worth a damn. And the city is sponsoring. This is what I'm trying to tell you, people, that the RPA is making Richmond a welfare city. More and more people are going to keep coming. Even though if you gave them $2,000, they have the right to come back. They'll probably leave for about a week and come back. There's nothing you can do. This is the most stupidest fucking thing I've seen in my time. I hate to talk like this. That fucking Aguado ain't nothing but a stupid son of a bitch. And all you motherfucking RPA son of a bitches is using our taxpayers' money to fund a bunch of low-life piece of shit, bunch of fucking druggies down there. This is why RPA is making Richmond a welfare city. They're destroying the whole damn thing. And you people are so fucking stupid to put these assholes and jerks and pimps and whores in fucking office. What is wrong with you fucking people? Ever since the RPA took over, the homicide rate has quadrupled. They're getting rid of the police. They want to get rid of all the businesses so they can make Richmond green, and green jobs don't pay no money. And then they're going to go after your property. You people are so damn stupid to sit there and listen to all this fucking bullshit through staff and these.
Next speaker is Don Gosney. Don, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you for allowing the public to speak. I was worried that we were going to be silenced. Is that what Richmond has turned into? The original $50,000 was allocated to repair vehicles and not the broad expansion of how the funds can be spent as is being proposed tonight. Is this some kind of bait and switch? At a presentation by SOS Richmond at a recent Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force meeting, it was reported that the only vehicle repairs affected to date have been to apply duct tape and roof tar on the roofs of a couple of RVs to keep the rain out. Nothing was mentioned about engine or transmission repairs, registration of vehicles, or even fixing flat tires. If you listen to the many residents of our RV encampments, the last time this was brought up, what we heard was that the money should be handed over to the unhoused because they know more about their needs than any of you. We even had two persons call in to say that the taxpayer funds should be used to purchase airline tickets so they could go home to visit their parents. We heard the previous meetings that these funds would be limited to the Ryden Road residents, those living in Council Members McLaughlin and Martinez's electoral ward, while those living in the Castro encampment would have to find their own champions to lobby on their behalf. There are 25 program participants on Ryden Road. That's $2,000 for each of them. I asked the question, really? Once this council and their supporters turned Richmond into an unhoused Shangri-La, we've seen a significant increase in the number of unhoused in Richmond. We made Richmond a place where the unhoused want to migrate to. If you single out the Ryden Road group for special treatment, why wouldn't we think that we will see an influx of RVs coming to Ryden Road to cash in on the city council giveaway? With the exception of one mayoral candidate, I think we all want to see the unhoused problem dealt with. But if the council members walk outside of their social bubble and talk to residents of Richmond that may not be true believers in their social experiment, they might learn that there's a large part of Richmond that doesn't believe that the solution is to simply throw money at the problem or to hire their friends or their nonprofits to accept our tax dollars. At the very least, the people of Richmond think that there needs to be accountability. Sometimes we've been.
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Darren Lowndes. Darren, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Mayor Butt and Richmond City Council members. My name is Darren Lowndes, Executive Director of HCB. For the record, I've not previously spoken on this item and I will keep my comments brief. HCB supports flexibility in how the funds are distributed for the benefit of Ryden residents. More importantly, the Ryden residents support this plan for disbursement. This item has already been approved by the City Council and the city will disperse the funds. In this manner, there will be transparency and accountability with the disbursement to this vulnerable population. And lastly, at this point, distributing funds evenly among Ryden residents is the most fair and equitable means of distribution. And I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Leah Murray. Leah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Leah Murray, Executive Director of Collaborizing. Sooner or later, Ryden Road will close, and the residents are not asking for a handout. They are asking for funds to be dispersed that were already promised to them. Many of the residents incurred debt because of these promises. Let's help the folks at Ryden Road live with dignity by assisting them with their basic needs until adequate housing is found for them. I support expanding the terms and language needed to disperse the $50,000 in flex funds. These funds do not create an additional burden to the city budget. They were already allocated. We all know that it is extremely expensive to live in the Bay Area. Imagine how difficult it is to be homeless and living here. Let's not take our frustration with the system of homelessness on the residents who are experiencing homelessness. Give them what they need to move on. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jesse Turan. Jesse, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, let me just be very clear about this. The money that would be given to Ryden Road residents and to the homeless in general comes from the $12 billion that Gavin Newsom has given to different counties to be distributed among the different cities, Richmond being one of them. So that money doesn't come from Richmond. That money has been given to the Contra, Costa County and the city of Richmond already by the state of California. Okay, so that money comes from Gavin Newsom. What we are asking on Richmond Road, okay, is to just benefit from some of the $12 billion that was supposed to be benefiting us. Okay, the city of Richmond already spent millions, 1.5 million that the Councilman Bates referred to, disappeared. We have no idea where it went. Tom Buck put the kibosh on a forensic accounting to find where it went. So it didn't, none of us got helped by any of those funds at all. What we're asking for by releasing the $50,000, which is nothing comparatively, is just, okay, let us benefit from some of the money that the city has already got that was supposed to be used for our benefit. Don't steal it from us. We are not the thieves, okay? When it wants to be more flexible, it's because some of the vehicles can't be fixed. It would be a lot easier to buy and cheaper to buy a different vehicle that worked better. You don't want to keep pouring money into a vehicle that can't be fixed. So that's why we're asking for more flexibility. Some of us have spent money already on repairing our vehicles and need to just be reimbursed for that.
Time has expired. The next speaker is John Springman. John, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, my name is Brenda Bolaños, and I am a Ryden Road resident. I just want to say that, you know, what goes on here on Ryden Road is crazy. I got attacked by 2 females that I don't even freaking know. I ended up having to get stitches in my face. I got 2 broken bones in my ribs. And this is what you guys call that you guys are giving us money? Give the money to us and we will move on. I am willing to move on next week or whenever. I don't want to be here. I am so scared to walk out my door and have to look over my shoulder just to make sure that nobody is following me so I can get attacked again. I don't want this to happen to my neighbors. So please just give us what we're asking for. Give us the money. Let us move on. I'm willing to move. I don't care if you guys have to destroy my vehicle. I don't care. I want to get out of here. After what happened to me, I don't want that to happen to anybody else on the Riding Road. And I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Amanda Jenkins. Amanda, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Amanda Jenkins. If you could please unmute yourself.
Oh, there we go. Sorry. My name's Amanda Jenkins. I'm a resident at Riding Road. So to say that the $1.5 million that we've already been allocated, I just want to say something about that. You know, we want to know where that money went, just like Mr. Bates wants to know, just like everybody else wants to know. That money we didn't even see a garbage can out of that money. We don't have a clue of where that money went. We should have got some of that money. That money should have got us out of here. We should have sunsetted Riding Road, and we should already all be on our way to our new lives, but we're not. We didn't see any of that money. That's not our fault. That is the city council's fault. They gave that money to somebody. They gave that money to SOS Richmond with no accountability. They gave it to whoever they gave it to with no accountability. That's not our problem. That's not our fault. But you're taking it out on us by not wanting to give us. Every time that this 50,000 comes up, we have to hear something about this 1.8 or 1.5 that they've already been given. That's your problem. That's your fault. It's not ours. You gave it to them. You figure out where it went. But why would you take that out on us? We just want to live. We're living like animals already. You think we like living like this? No, nobody like down here like living like this. And to say we're too lazy to get a damn job, I got 2 jobs. And I've been working at this job at Riding Road and at the Castro encampment that I started for 2 years without getting paid. So I don't want to hear about we're too lazy, because I ain't too lazy. It ain't about not working or being too lazy. It's about we can't freaking afford to live out here. That ain't our fault. I'm a single mother with a kid out here. And I'm the only goddamn one out here with a kid. And been out here for 2 years with a kid and ain't got housed yet. So I work for these people every day, volunteer my hours because I don't get paid. So for the city, basically, because I do everything in Castro, and they've never even seen nobody but me in no type of official form. You know what I'm saying? So we're not lazy. It's not about being lazy. We're low income. I'm a low income single mother.
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Eli Moore, and the following speaker will be Darnice Linton. Eli Moore, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, council. Hello, community. Hello, mayor. Staff. What to say? Sorry, I had some things that was just really powerful. I guess the first thing is to name the hate that's just trying to kind of organize against meeting people's basic needs. I mean, come on. This type of like straight up fear mongering, blaming people for their terrible situation as a way to try to win some sort of political power, just straight up depriving people of resources. I think the beautiful thing is Richmond's, I mean, so full of people who don't think like that. And it's strange to be on these meetings and hear that type of hate, actually, because it's so rare. And then I just want to say that I think absolutely funds should be distributed straight to people to meet their needs based on what they identify as the best solution for them, whether that's moving back with a family, whether that's getting into a job, whether that's emergency rental assistance, or whatever it is. That's responding to community needs. That's not, we don't need to hire consultants to do that. And don't even always need intermediaries or service providers to do that. So I just want to support those calls for resourcing the community in a way that's truly responsive to each person's needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Darnice Linton. Darnice, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, my name is, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. My name is Darnice Linton. I'm a former resident of Riding Road from 2020 to 8/2021. Moved to Terrace and Nevins Apartments at 8/2020. Actually August 2021. I support the idea of the flex funds to current and former Riding Road residents. Prior to moving, I was made promises for financial support from ACEB for financial support and never received anything. 5 and last one. I have a debt from out-of-pocket expenses because the ACB did not help me from promises for financial support, and that was needed. I yield my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Catherine. Catherine, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, thank you. I just want to reiterate, the flex funds were already allocated, and the original proposed idea was that it would be used for car repairs. However, some residents got their cars repaired but did not get reimbursed for those repairs. Some residents are suggesting that the repairs would cost more than it would cost to just get another car. We're not talking a brand new vehicle, we're talking used vehicle. Some are asking that the money be used to be able to get them home where they can be supported with family, but they don't have a means to get there. Circumstances have changed since all of this funding was approved. So I don't see any reason why we can't assist people who are having different kinds of circumstances, and would definitely be proposing that they get off of Brighton Road, get into a home, and have the support that they need. I also want to address the myths and stereotypes around homeless people. I get so tired of hearing people badmouth the homeless. I was homeless. In fact, I've been homeless twice in my lifetime, and both were through no fault of my own. I have a master's degree. I've paid into the tax system since I was 16 years old. I've never been an addict. I've always been responsible, and yet I've ended up homeless. I have disabilities. It interferes in my ability to get the kind of salary I need to compete with exceptionally large rents. I object to this idea that we're horrible people, when in fact I was employed while I was homeless.
Time has expired. Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, any further comments from council members? I see Councilmember Bates and Willis. Go ahead, Councilmember Bates.
I yield to Councilmember Willis.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll try to keep this brief. I am going to support this this use of funds. Thanks for bringing it forward, because it's honestly barely a drop in a bucket compared to the resources that are needed to adequately address and relocate the homeless population. But that's not special to Richmond, that's a regional wide issue. And I want to try to do what we can to support the homeless folks, not only on Ryder Road, but Castro, to help them with that transition plan. Because even just to get into a new apartment from some of the listings I've seen, it's not only like $1,800 a month minimum from what I've seen, but also a $2,000 deposit. And if you're somebody that's spending a bunch of money trying to upkeep the property that you have so you can eventually leave, it's going to be pretty much an impossible endeavor. And I'm certainly not going to be one of those folks that wants to do the nuclear option and not support our vulnerable homeless population and do mass evictions. That's something that I do not want to do. So these are the options that we're left with the little things that we got. I am going to support this item, but I do have a question for Lena, and I can always take this answer offline too, but it was mentioned, Castro Road was mentioned, so I'm trying to understand like what support's being provided to Castro currently to also help them transition out of that situation. And I know from what I understand, folks are more fearful out there because of safety concerns than on Ryden. Not to say there aren't any safety concerns on Ryden, but this is just what I hear from talking to other staff. So is there a plan also to address Castro Road, or is that just ongoing conversations in this complicated situation we're in?
Councilmember Willis, thank you. I appreciate the question. So the Castro encampment will be supported through the recently received $4.8 million encampment resolution funding that we were able to obtain. It does need to be targeted to one encampment. And so at the time we wrote the application, Castro was determined the site. So we're currently in the process of seeking a project manager who will help us implement that project. The funding that we did apply for includes on-site security improvements, but then in addition, a fund that would help provide rehousing, rapid rehousing support and assistance to the residents of Castro.
Okay, thank you. And a final comment I will say is I want to just give respect to the challenges that folks on Ryden Road are facing. The degrading comments that do come from certain members of the public at council, they've been going on for years and years and years. Some of these comments are same people who laughed at folks who committed suicide because of personal issues on them. There's actually a news clip on it. All that's to say is, for lack of a better term, don't take it personally, because the certain commenters just target everybody regardless of position. So I wouldn't measure your value based on one person's comments who really doesn't think highly of anybody in the community. But I do apologize that it's triggering that trauma and also rubbing sore wounds. I know people are hard workers. I know folks are doing what they can with the best they got, which is very little at all. And I'll just do what I can with the resource that we have and my singular position as a voter on this council to support in whatever way possible. So I'm done with my comments. Thank you for entertaining me, Mayor.
Councilmember Bates, you still have a hand up.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My dilemma is this. I hate to say this, but I don't trust the staff to implement what this council is about to do. I want to ask the council, how many of you have received information as to the disbursement of the $1.5 million? Just raise your hand. The mayor, well, I see the mayor and I see Eduardo. So I didn't receive it.
Yeah,
I didn't receive it. And I'm still waiting on it. The public didn't receive it. Secondary, I could perhaps respond to offering the $50,000 to the Ryden Road with the condition that once the money is dispersed to the Ryden Road, that street be red zone, because if you don't red zone it, there will be another Ryden Road group coming in. And I guarantee you that. If the condition will be that we red zone that and we have no more homeless on Ryden Road, I can support the motion. Otherwise, I cannot in good conscience do so, because I guarantee you, once you get this group off, there will be another group and another group and another group. So it's your desire, whoever's making the motion, if that's included in the motion, you have my vote. If not, you don't.
Vice Mayor, you got a hand up?
Yes, I do. I want to remind people that this money is already allocated. what this is doing is expanding the scope of the use of the money so that it can benefit the residents at Ryden Road. By not voting on this, you're not saying that they can't have the money. You're saying that they can only spend the money in a particular way. So the ways in which they would be spending it is not as efficacious as it would be if we expand the scope of the use of the money. And that's what we want to do. We want to be able to, excuse me, I'm still speaking. So we are already dealing with people moving in. The one time I was, not the one time, but the last time I was there, I noticed that they had those concrete blocks blocking the way, and it was the residents who made me aware that they needed another block because cars could still go in there. So the residents are actually looking after the people coming in. They realize that there's a sunset. The sunset has to happen, and they're trying to help us realize that sunset by keeping other people from coming in. So we need to work together. It doesn't help anyone to be constantly fighting each other over such a paltry amount of money. $50,000 is nothing.
Will you accept my amendment request?
Wait, we don't even have a motion yet. I've got amendments too. So let's get through this discussion and get a motion. And I had one question for Councilor McLaughlin. I believe I heard you mention a sunset for Ryden Road. Do you have a date in mind?
I believe that that is, remember I had an item on last meeting and we pulled it off, and there's some collaboration discussions happening. I believe the discussion thus far is looking at the end of October. I don't know if it's firmed up yet, but I believe that's what it's looking at.
Okay. Well, here's my concern. Councilmember Bates and I were on two ad hoc committees. I don't know whether he was on both of them, but he was certainly on one. And we basically quit because we realized that all of the entire homeless agenda was being directed by the council majority. And we didn't agree with what they were doing. We thought they had a lot of bad ideas, and the ideas they had were being poorly implemented, and we just didn't want to be a part of it. And we've got that same problem going forward. And I just want to look at the history. We were promised a Ryden sunset last year, and the date was the end of 2021. Didn't happen. And now Councilor McLaughlin's talking about next October. So the same group had a lot of great ideas. You know, it's a grand experiment. They said, let's try scattered sites. That's the solution. We'll take all these people in Ryden Road and we'll move them off to church parking lots and provide them services and transition them into housing, and we'll all live happily ever after. What happened? Didn't work. Nothing. Next thing, we talked about transitional villages. Let's find a site and let's do a managed transitional village, and we'll transition these people into housing and jobs and so forth. What happened? Didn't happen. Nobody could agree on a site. Then we talked about, then we came to this, then we came to the HCEB and rebuilding together East Bay North contracts. We spent $1.5 million on those two contracts. The people who are supposed to be receiving the services, you heard them all tell you tonight that the money's all been wasted and they're all very unhappy. And the bottom line is, for $1.5 million, we could have rehoused about 80 people. But instead of rehousing them and making them not homeless anymore, we basically did everything we could to keep them homeless and make them as comfortable as they could be and still be homeless. Then now we have a new almost $5 million grant for the Castro encampment. And I don't have any more faith that that's going to work than all the rest of them did. None of these things have worked. And then I understand Councilor McLaughlin's looking for another $2 million to continue sustaining camps. So bottom line is, everything that this council majority has tried, and they've spent millions of dollars doing it, absolutely nothing has worked. And, you know, the dumbest thing you can do is keep trying things that don't work. But that seems to be the routine we're in now. Now, I will say this, I assume somebody will make a motion, and I would be willing to support it with a couple of conditions. One of them is that we basically offer $2,000 to every ride and road participant, but only if they agree to leave. And we build some kind of condition into it that they have to leave, they have to go away. That would be a bargain for the city, considering what we spent already. And the second one would be that we set a sunset date for ride and road. And I'm not willing to say October. I might say 1st of September, something like that. So I guess what I'm looking for is a motion to move this ahead. Councilor McLaughlin.
Mayor, I just want to remind everyone of what happened here. In December, there was no place for people to go. Dispersing them would have just put them on other city streets. What we did, I brought forward an item that was well thought out that said when we get housing for people, they have to take that. And if they don't, they have to. If they say no, they're told they have to go. And when they go, the K rails get put on there, which are those cement blocks. Now that item did not get discussed. It did get discussed, but Councilmember Bates made a substitute motion that said no evictions. That's all it said, no evictions. And he said, listen to the voice of the unhoused. You're not listening. The unhoused are saying that they are not ready to go. Listen to the voice. And so that is what led to that subcommittee between yourself, Eduardo, Vice Mayor Martinez, and Councilmember Bates that you and Councilmember Bates withdrew from. It was Councilmember Bates' motion that said no evictions. Now, there was no housing now, and I want to thank you, Mayor Butt, for your idea of this housing first item. There are some apartments that you have located, and people, there were 7 families, I believe, that have been relocated into 1 year of apartment living paid for through your mayor's golf tournament fund. Now, I think that's a good program. You talked about me wanting to allocate $2 million more. No, that was never the case. It was what was left over from the funding of this year. And it only turns out to be like 1.8 million at this point. And that includes the 425,000 for housing first. And that includes some short-term emergency housing that Councilmember Willis had advocated for. So it's not another 2 million. It's carrying over what was left and adding to it some housing first money. And that is still being determined as to a collaborative approach to making sure that money is put to good use, not only for ride-in, but we want to start with ending ride-in. I know Mayor Budd and Councilmember Bates, you have both pushed for that, and I think it's a good idea. So like I said, there is some discussions. An item will come forward, a collaboration first for item. It's going to be for ride-in. It's going to be a smaller bite first. And so I can't say when that will be ready. I'm hopeful that it'll be ready before the August break. And there will be a sunset date for write-ins. So this item is not about that. This item is about 50,000 of ARPA funding that has already been allocated. ARPA funding, not city funding, just giving some more flexibility in its use. So those are my comments.
Councilmember Johnson.
Yes, most definitely think debating the details of the policy is extremely important. But what I think deserves equal attention is the carrying out of the policy. So I do have a question for Director Velasco in terms of carrying out the policy, because staff often mentions how overwhelmed they are. And this is a really big project that we're talking about passing on to you. And I'm just wondering, capacity wise, is it there to administer checks to the residents of Ryden Road? Yeah, do you guys have the capacity to carry this out, this very large project out?
Well, I appreciate the question, Councilmember Johnson. So we recently onboarded our housing manager. So he started a couple of weeks ago on the 16th. So we do have one new staff member in the department. In addition, on Monday this week, our housing fellow, which was a grant-funded project through the San Francisco Foundation, has also started. So I do think we have additional resources to support this particular item. I do think as well, we, at least for Ryden Road, the service providers meet every week on Tuesdays. And so, you know, a lot of these issues that I shared with you this evening are already coming up in our discussions as we're trying to figure out how to help folks transition. And so I do think that we can support it, and we would obviously welcome additional support. So, you know, if there's other council members that want to support in the review of how the money are spent, you know, we would welcome the opportunity to have a council committee to engage with staff as we look at how to allocate these additional dollars and what's appropriate expenditures.
Okay, and one of the main reasons why I asked is because, as many of the residents of Ryden have already called, and there's already been a lot of failed promises and things that have taken place. And so most definitely don't want this to become another bottleneck or another situation where, you know, they were promised one thing but received another. And in connection to the building of affordable housing, where are we with that? So we can get more housing online for folks. And when I say affordable, I mean like super, you know, affordable for folks who are residents, so we can begin that transition process. And even perhaps, I know we have a lot of vacancies, and this may be getting into the housing authority a little bit more at Eastern Village. And so I'm just wondering, like, how are we connecting all of these other pieces in terms of building more affordable housing, using some of the units that we have online in terms of transitioning folks in?
Yes, so the housing project that is most likely to come on board, the affordable housing project, is Hacienda. I think our city manager has announced in her weekly, in her reports to the council, as well as her weekly report, that the wait list is opened. And so we've been working with residents of Ryden as well as with CORE, trying to get people to submit their applications to become on the wait list. The challenge with some of the available housing wait lists that are open, it's there for seniors, so they're senior restricted, or people with disabilities, which not everybody at Ryden meets. So there's that, but we are trying to, as well as, we have projects under review that are seeking funding. Nevin Plaza, I think, was announced, their rehab was recently funded tax credits. So we do expect additional units will come online over the next couple of years, but certainly the need is greater than what we're building, and far exceeds the pace of construction.
Since you brought that up on the topic, in terms of bringing in more units, where this housing manager, I suppose, is going to be working on finally getting Metro Walk and 12th and McDonald up and going as well, I assume, correct?
Yes, and we submitted an ASIC application for Metro Walk, and unfortunately we were not funded. So we have to wait for an additional round. And so we're continuing to try to find available funding opportunities, because even tax credits are challenging to obtain right now, and the cost of construction is also significantly high.
Well, I'm really excited about this new housing director and this housing fellow that you just spoke of, not only being able to administer this big project, which I am in support of, but also being able to increase our housing stock so that way we can kind of work on the front end and not just the back end of this housing crisis that we have. Thank you so much, Director Velasco, for your time.
Councilmember Jimenez.
I just wanted to say is we, in this item, the $50,000 had already been allocated. It's just to allow for a flexibility, because what we are learning is that when we constrain something and is know what the residents need, then we cannot use it. Housing, resolving on house issues is no, there is no a magic wind that we are going to say yes with this. Even with the Housing First initiative, only 7 families has been able to be helped. And it's because there are other constraints about landlords not wanting to open even if a year is paid, because there are so many other barriers that we have in terms of application. They look for house for jobs and not being evicted, and many of the people who are unhoused cannot apply because they had been, like, the reason why they are some of the reason why they are unhoused are because they had already lost their houses or they don't have a job. So I think like we are here are just trying to, with these $50,000, to be more flexible, so the money gets directed to people and can be resolve some of the needs. And then we need to continue working on how we are going to sunset Riding Road. There is already $4.something million that the city with Lina Velasco and Michelle Mile got to support Castro. So there is things that are doing, and yeah, it's not easy. And instead of criticizing every single thing, we should move forward and continue supporting and trying to resolve it. So I move the item as it is, and I hope that we pass it and continue working towards improving the livelihood of our unhoused community, so we don't have unhoused community in Richmond.
I'll second the item.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. I would like to go ahead, Councilmember Bates.
I like to make a substitute motion.
Okay, go ahead.
One of the things before I make that motion, this city council and staff is not creative and imaginary. The idea of 2 and 3 bedroom homes dealing with the homeless is out of the question. It's too expensive. Cities throughout this nation are building tiny homes. People basically need a place to lay their head and get out of the weather, a refrigerator, television, and a bed, and so forth. That is a concentration of where we should be looking at. My substitute motion deals with approving the project of the $50,000 with the condition that the 35 individuals or thereabouts, whoever share this money, that they sign a condition that they will vacate Riding Road within September, August period of time. And that once that project, that program, once they are vacated, that we use the traffic means with writs, sidewalks, no parking, and anyone who parks there will be ticketed and towed away. That will solve the problem. How they use the $50,000, I'll allow the staff to determine that. I think if we did that, we can eradicate the problem, and then we can move to the Castro to maybe consider doing a similar. So my substitute motion consists of those alternatives.
Is there a second for the substitute motion? Well, I don't see a lot of enthusiasm, but for the sake of debate, I'll second it. And the other thing I wanted to say, I believe Councilor McLaughlin said that the people at Ryden Road had nowhere to go, and that's why they weren't asked to leave. And I don't believe that's correct. I believe that both Supervisor Joya and LaVonna Martin, who ran the homeless program at the time for the county, told us that every single person there was offered to go to a hotel or a shelter, and not a single one of them elected to do so.
Just a quick note to that, Mr. Mayor, that is true from what I hear, but the once the shelter beds were opened up, they were grabbed up very quickly. A few from Ryden did take it, some from Castro, but by within days. And so by the time the item came forward, that did not get passed, and instead Councilmember Bates's substitute motion passed. By that time, there were no beds available. And that's why my motion had said on there, when something is offered, they would need to take it. But like I said, that motion did not, the substitute motion passed.
Well, okay, so we have a substitute motion on the floor. Madam Clerk, would you call a roll on that?
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
No.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
No.
Councilmember Willis,
No.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
No.
and Mayor Butt.
No. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
The substitute motion fails with council members Bates and Johnson voting yes and Mayor Butt voting yes.
Okay, let's go to the main motion.
Okay, item P2 main motion is to approve the item as presented. Councilmember Bates,
No.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bates and Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, the next item is item P3. Would you read that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item P3 is to approve a recommendation from the Richmond Fund for Children and Youth, that's RFCY Oversight Board for fiscal year 2022 to 2023 to award 19 grants in an amount not to exceed $1,434,317, adopt a resolution, and authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute grant service agreements with the approved grantees.
Okay, is there a staff report?
Yes, good evening, Mayor Butt, Vice Mayor Martinez, and City Council members. My name is LaShonda White. I am the Interim Director for Community Services and also support the Richmond Department for Children and Youth. So in adherence in accordance with Article 15 of the Richmond Charter, the Richmond Department for Children and Youth staff are bringing forth recommendations from the council-approved Oversight Board. They have approved 19 grants for fiscal year 22-23 in the amount not to exceed approximately $1.43 million. And the applications were, the process was managed through an open and fair application process as also per the charter, and scoring was done. All applicants that are being recommended adhere to all rules and regulations set forth in our guidelines that were also approved by City Council and were recommended by the full Oversight Board. We're happy to answer any questions you may have. If there are no questions, we ask for the item. The item was pulled last week, but we are hopeful that you will approve this item so that we can enter into contract with the 19 grantees.
You're muted.
Thank you. Do we have any public speakers, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Okay, would you call the speakers?
Okay, I have Amanda Jenkins and phone number ending in 0188. Amanda Jenkins, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
And we're on item P2.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put my hand up for this one.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is phone number ending in 0188. If you could please unmute yourself by pushing *9. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Phone number ending in 0188. If you could please unmute yourself.
Eleanor Thompson, and I'm speaking on behalf of Social Progress, Inc., located in North Richmond, and Men and Women of Valor, located in North Richmond. I'm coming before the council again because I don't think the process in which they are giving the grants, awarding the grants, are fair. When asked how many was funded in North Richmond that are stationed in North Richmond, the answer was 0. And that has been happening all throughout the grant process. Why give 3 grants to one organization when you can fund all 23 recipients that requested funding from that grant? I think it's very unfair how staff allow this to happen in time out and time in. The purpose of the $50,000 was to fix it so that the staff would figure it out, that you should not be giving all the funds to 1 or 2 organizations when you can fund more than that. You can fund those other 4 that only requested way less than what the other one organization received 3 grants totaling $200,000 and others $100 and some $1,000. When myself and others only asked for maybe $20,000 or $30,000. So I feel like you should not approve it. They should go back because apparently they're not listening to City Council. City Council instructed them before, to do a better job in funding the organization. North Richmond has not been funded, and I know when. I've always had to come before the council and ask for that $10,000, and that's the only way we receive funds. So I ask that you not approve it.
Time has expired. There are no more public speakers.
Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director, would you be able to, I guess, help me understand, like, what would justify somebody not being funded? Like, what does that system look like to get to approving certain projects versus not approving others?
Thank you for that question. So for the Department of Children and Youth process, we release guidelines that specify what the process will look like. There's an application. Organizations have to submit applications per the guidelines. And we have 3 different categories. One is for small and emerging organizations that make under $50,000 annually. And they are
250,000.
I'm sorry, 250,000 annually. My apologies. Thank you. I'm mixing 2 different groups. And we allow those organizations to be compared against each other because we are trying to put forth equity in this process. However, as we have each of the different priority areas in the strategic investment plan that was approved by the board and the city council, applications are reviewed under each of those different priority areas. And so we have scores from various jurisdictions, various places that come and score each application. And then we add all those scores up, and then a conversation is had with the scoring committee and brought before the oversight board. So what is being brought before this board are 19 organizations that scored over 75 average points. And so there are some organizations that did not score well, even when compared with like organizations. And our oversight board was very much interested in putting forth organizations that they felt like could do the work, had a good track record. And so that is what we did. That is what our oversight board recommended. Patrick Seals is here and has been supporting the process also. So I'm happy to have him share anything that he would like to share. But I think the last speaker was speaking about the ECIA grant process with the $50,000 and not the Richmond Department of Children and Youth process. But I just wanted to specify that. So we do have a very detailed process, and you are getting organizations that scored over 75 points.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that detailed answer. The last thing I'm going to say is a comment, and if you're already doing this, just let me know. But I think part of what I heard in terms of concerns, regardless of the grant work, and I know you do a good work on trying to bring community partners together and let them know how they can apply in advance. So I've seen you do that. But if I was wondering, just to make the suggestion, like do like a month out, 2 month out advance notice, just to make sure that, you know, there's enough notice out there to give people time to actually participate and learn the process, so maybe they can reach that 75 points above. If you're not already doing that, just trying to figure out ways to bring more people in and give them more time without it feeling like another rushed process to get through. So
I appreciate that, Councilmember Willis, and we definitely try and give as much lead time as we can for organizations to be able to submit their applications. We are always open to answer questions. Patrick has walked people through applications. We have pre-proposal meetings where we walk through the entire, got all the guidelines and the application by question, and we videotape it. It's on our website. So we do all that we can to provide organizations with opportunities to get support. And then also what we are doing is we recognize that there are some organizations that need more capacity building to be able to do the great work that they want to do. And we are working, got an intern coming this summer. They're going to help us create an RFP to get someone on board to help us do a capacity building workshops and sessions with some of our organizations in Richmond that we know need a little more support, not only in applying for grants, but many of these organizations have applied for grants, and city staff have worked really hard with them to make sure they have adhered to our reporting and invoicing requirements. And so we want to make sure we really wrap our arms around those organizations, not just in the application process, but also on the back end to make sure they're providing us with the information we need, since these are taxpayer dollars. Patrick, I don't know if you have anything you want to add on what I've stated.
Thank you, Mayor Budd, members of the council. Quickly, it is true that there were no organizations funded from North Richmond, but that doesn't mean that there aren't organizations that will be serving North Richmond. We have 3 organizations that call out specifically Verity. Both organizations will be serving Verity Elementary School, and one organization is called out Shields Reed Community Center. And so there are organizations, and I feel like it'll be approximately 300 to 500 individuals, children in the elementary school, including some people from Shields Reed, that will be supported through the Department of Children and Youth grant. So it is correct that no organization that is located in North Richmond was awarded a grant, but there are services that are going to be provided to North Richmond residents, specifically elementary age youth and some teenage youth through Shields Reed. And to piggyback on what LaShonda offered, as it relates to technical training and capacity building, our goal is to build the capacity around organizations that need it most, and do it with an end towards equity. And it's not, again, just for the application piece, but there might be organizations that are new, and there might be training or support around their executive director or mid-level staff, or how to build a board, how to fundraise. So we're going to build a capacity building module, release a RFQ, a request for qualifications, create a cachet of consultants that we then can support and then direct people to at a cost from the Department of Children and Youth that we will fund to support organizations around increasing their capacity to access the funding.
I ain't got nothing more to suggest. Thank you so much for your answer.
Councilmember Bates, you got a hand up?
Yes, I wanted to inquire who sits on the board that makes these recommendations?
So as it relates to, I'm sorry, the board is made up of Richmond residents, the oversight board. The Richmond oversight board is made up of Richmond residents that the mayor recommends and that you all approve. And so that includes a swath of individuals from PhDs to high schoolers. And our board is the only one mandated in the city that requires that the board be split with individuals over the age of 24 and individuals from 15 to 24, because the aim within the charter was to include youth voice as a preeminent voice as it relates to policy and direction. And we wanted to try to build that around. Now, if you're speaking to how the scoring was made with regards to the grant applications, that included a group of city staff who are unaware of the organization. So we tried to pick individuals who had no knowledge of these organizations, in addition to people who had subject matter expertise from San Francisco, from Oakland, and from Sacramento. So these are all departments of children and youth. So in addition to our review board members. So we had youth group review boarders, and we also had people from our oversight board who were over 24. So I think we created a very nice mix of individuals to review scores. They reviewed objectively, then they met subsequently to their review to discuss funding recommendations. And so we really tried to be as diligent and objective throughout this process as possible.
Okay, it's similar to like the North Richmond Mitigation Board, but you seem to have had a little bit more expansion. So if that group collectively come forward with a recommendation, it's an unbiased recommendation, and it's based upon what they perceive as how the money can best be spent. That's a fair assessment?
That is correct, Councilmember Bates. Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And I also just want to remind that the initial makeup of that board, each council member, along with the mayor, got to recommend individuals to be on this board. And so you all had a say in who this oversight board is made up of. We thank you for that.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you so much, LaShonda and Patrick, for the great work and the recommendations. And also thank you to all our volunteer residents who have been putting a lot of time in the board to make sure that the allocation of these resources is spread fairly throughout different organizations. I have a question about the possibility of departments within the city who would like to apply. I didn't see that much in this round, and I wonder why. And because one of the intentions of this fund is that the city could also enhance through some additional money from these funds, the programs that we are already providing and go beyond that, because actually we need more than what we are providing, and this is the whole intent of this. I wonder what happened and how if the department had to go through the same application, and if so, what is the support that staff in the departments, especially in the recreation department, is doing? Because I would like to see more city departments getting some of this money, so we can also within the city provide and enhance more or services.
Thank you, Councilmember Jimenez. So the majority of city departments, minus the ones that are explicitly prohibited in the charter from applying for funds, do have the ability to apply. And the majority of those departments or divisions fall under community services. So library, recreation, office of neighborhood safety, and employment and training. So what I can say is for the first round, every single one of those departments did apply for funding, and 2 of those 4 departments were awarded funding. So you have recreation as a program, which is the next item you're going to hear about, where they are doing it in collaboration with the Ed Fund to provide services to, or expand their services for Camp Achieve to 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. So that grant, even though it was approved last fiscal year, will be renewed for fiscal year 22-23 and then for 23-24. So it's really a 3-year grant. Also, Richmond Build received a grant last year, and that will also be extended and be a 3-year grant. ONS, and I had conversations with every single division manager, making sure they knew that this application was available for them to apply for this year. There were very thoughtful decisions for organizations to not apply. If you think about Office of Neighborhood Safety, so staffing is an issue. So you have to be able to manage the grant and have staff to be able to do that. Office of Neighborhood Safety was able to go out after a $6 million grant over 3 years versus a limit of 600,000. So sometimes it's about just analyzing the staff capacity you have and what types of grants you want to go after. So all departments knew about the ability to do that. You do have 2 city organizations that will have funding in the current fiscal year.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say it again that it will be great if we can support the staff that is willing to manage the grant to apply for that. I know that maybe the application can intimidate some of the staff. So working with, especially in the recreation department, working with staff in the recreation department to encourage them to apply or to support them to apply so they can do the management, that will be great. And yeah, and I just wanted to congratulate ONS. They got $6 million for the state year, but it was because we increased their budget to $2 million, and that was through the reimagining public safety. And because of that, now we have $6 million more coming to the city for the work that they are doing, that we have been doing since 2007, reimagining public safety in Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. We do provide all the support we can to both city and governmental entities as well as community-based organizations. So,
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, I just want to thank LaShonda and Patrick for your great work. And you reminded me about the oversight board, and I was really pleased to appoint, to bring forward an appointment for a young man from District 5, who I understand is doing great work, as I understand that the whole staff, the whole board is doing great work. So thank you. Kudos to you all. And it's exciting to move this forward.
Thank you.
Okay, so before we have a motion, I was the one who pulled this from the consent calendar, and I did it for one issue, and that was a $60,000 grant to the Mindful Life Project. And you know, the Mindful Life Project does not have a good reputation. They used to do a lot of work in the West Contra Costa Unified School District. And in 2019, the board voted 3-2 to not to bring them back. And there were a number of issues. One of them was the fact that the people who were doing the project did not have the proper training, or at least they couldn't document that they did. And then there were some other issues about discrimination in the hiring of employees for that organization. And, you know, if you look at the Mindful Life Project, it's a nonprofit, but it was started by one individual who is the founder the president, the executive director, and for him, it's his full-time job, and he gets paid handsomely for it. And so this is a project that, or at least it's an organization that has a lot of problems. And I don't blame the staff for not seeing that. You know, they're very good at selling themselves, and obviously they sold our staff on what they were going to do. But I'm not going to support it for that one reason. And I'm not looking for a response. I'm just telling you that's why I'm not going to support it. So with that, I'm looking forward to a motion.
I'll move the item, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
I'll second.
Motion by Willis, second by Johnson. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Councilmember
Well,
Bates.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
If a council member, and particularly if the mayor, has such questionable concern about a project being funded, why would we not approve all the other recommendations and allow staff to do the investigation and come back and give us a report? If the allegations are untrue, we award the contract. If it is true, then we take remedy action.
With all due respect, Councilmember Bates, but Director White and Patrick laid out a very extensive process that they put all of the organizations through, and even more due respect to the mayor, but the mayor hasn't presented any information to back up what he has said outside of the school district canceling their contract with the agency. And so I'm really apprehensive about holding back over hearsay and community gossip.
Well, I disagree. You can hold it over for a month, and if everything pans out, then proceed. They're not going anyplace, and they will eventually get the money if any questions are clarified and they're okay. That's just my observation. Out of respect to any council member, whether it's you or the mayor or whomever, if they have serious doubts about a project, a program, I see no reason why it can't be continued. That particular project be continued a month, staff investigate, come back with a recommendation, and move forward. So,
and I completely respect and appreciate your position as well, Councilmember Bates.
I've already made that request, and I got, they blew me off. So let's go ahead and vote.
I just want to state for the record that this organization, the mayor made a recommendation last year when we were bringing forth ECIA grant recommendations to not fund this organization. So last year, staff did due diligence. We went back and listened to the school board meetings. I talked to school district staff. We talked to the director of the organization. We did our due diligence, and we found there were no findings on our part, even talking to school district staff. They didn't have any concerns in terms of why we should not fund this organization. Their board made a decision that was a split decision to not fund them. We are, through this process, funding. They're doing work in charter schools and not in the district. Charter school charter schools love them. They have great support from charter schools as well as some schools in the district. And so we feel like we have actually listened to the mayor. We did this last year. We brought the contract with Mindful Life back, and it was approved by the council
July 20th,
last year.
2021.
Yeah, thank you, Patrick. And so we feel like we have, and we've talked to the mayor separately. And so it's the same issue that was there last year. And so we feel like we did what we needed to do. And per the charter, the city council, once a recommendation is being presented by the oversight board, the council has to either approve all or deny all. They can't take one organization out. So we aren't able, per the charter, to not fund one organization.
You know how you get when you get on this list, Bates.
In your oversight, did you talk to Rodney Alamo Brown?
I did not talk to Mr. Brown.
Well, you should have.
I saw his
Call the
email.
question, because now we've been messy. Call the question.
Okay, let's vote.
Councilmember Bates.
I vote yes.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, council.
Okay, the next item is item P4, contract with Ed Fund to provide youth programs to Camp Achieve Youth in partnership with Community Services and Recreation. Madam Clerk, would you read the rest of that item?
And this item P4 is to approve a contract with West Contra Costa Public Education Fund to provide free youth programs in partnership with Community Services Recreation to 6th, 7th, and 8th graders through Camp Achievement 8-week summer camp program. The term of the contract is July 1, 2021 through June 30th, 2025, in an amount not to exceed $54,000.
Are there any questions from council members?
I think
Well,
this
is there,
was,
I'm sorry, is there a staff report?
I'm sorry, I think like this was in the consent calendar and the mayor pull it off. So
I
Mayor,
pulled it
can
off.
you explain why and just present it because you pull it off?
Well, I just want to ask if there's a staff report. If there is not one, just say so.
We are happy to share information. Rajana or Troy from Recreation, our Deputy Director, Rajana Maharaj is here, as well as Recreation Supervisor Troy Porter, if they want to provide a few words.
Well, it's up to you.
Rajana, if you're speaking, you're muted.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Ranjana Maharaj, Deputy Director for Community Services Recreation. I'm here with Troy Porter, our Recreation Supervisor, who supervises the Achieve Summer Camp Program. We are here tonight to seek your approval of the contract between the Ed Fund and Community Services Recreation. A little bit of background on this program. We have been working with the Ed Fund since 2014 in providing the Achieve Summer Camp program at 4 community centers. This program is free, and it is a collaboration amongst the Ed Fund, the school district, and the Recreation Division. And the Ed Fund plays a key role as far as helping us provide funding and teachers and pushing providers so that we can continue to serve the elementary school children at the 4 sites. And this year, actually last year, we applied for the Richmond Fund for Children and Youth grant. In this grant, we were able to receive $90,000. And out of this grant funding, we would like to contract with the Ed Fund, who will receive $18,000 a year for a period of 3 years, a total of $54,000. With this funding, our attempt is to expand our programs to serve the middle school graders from 6th to 8th grade, and serving in the same capacity as the elementary school children. We hope that you will consider our request and approve this grant funding. And Troy and I are here to answer any other questions you may have.
Okay, any questions from council members? I don't see any. Do we have any public speakers?
No, we do not.
Okay.
Move for approval.
So this is, okay, motion by Johnson. Second by
Willis.
Who's second?
Willis.
Willis, okay. So
Let's call the question.
So this is kind of like the last item. I pulled it off the consent calendar. I don't have a bone to pick with the Ed Fund. They're a good organization. I don't have a problem with the program. Matter of fact, I was down at the League of California Cities meeting and received an award when Troy Porter received an award from the League of California Cities for this very program. Congratulations, Troy. However, I do have an issue with the Ed Fund that I've talked to people about, and I haven't gotten any sympathy at all. And that is that, the Ed Fund has taken on they've taken on not just fiscal responsibility, but operational responsibility for the Richmond Rapid Response Fund. And that fund is a big problem. There's the city council gave them $600,000, and there's no accountability for anything they've spent the money on. We have no idea. I don't think they've spent the city's money yet, but of all the money they had, including the mayor's office gave them the first $25,000 to prime the pump. But ever since then, it's been impossible to get any information about how the money's spent, who's in charge of it, who's making decisions. And now that organization is going off into weird directions, trying to become their own institution and get into a bunch of things that don't have anything to do with rapid response. So I wish the Ed Fund had not gotten into that, but they have, and they've been unsympathetic to any of my concerns. So I'm going to vote against it for that reason. So we have a motion and a second. Call roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no.
Thank you, council. Thank you, Rajana. Thank you, Troy.
So next is
Thank you,
item,
council.
what?
No, we said thank you.
Okay. The next
You're welcome.
item is item Q1, East Bay Center for Performing Arts Update 2020-2022 presentation. I want to read the rest of that, Madam Clerk.
Yes, item Q1 is to receive a presentation from the East Bay Center for Performing Arts related to its program, growth, and meaningful contributions to residents in the city of Richmond.
Okay, who's going to make that presentation's from, it says Shasa and Winifred. Okay.
Yes, Ms. Day is going to introduce East Bay Center. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Winifred Day, Arts and Culture Manager for the Arts and Culture Division. This is good evening, first of all, Mayor and City Council members. I'm here to introduce Ruthie Deneen, and I'm not sure who else is here at this hour to join her, but to make a brief presentation on the activities from 2020 to 2022. Ruthie, are you there? And KCRT, there's a short presentation. Ruthie, can you unmute yourself? KCRT, can you find Ruthie Deneen? KCRT?
It's coming.
Okay, and Ruthie, are you there? Ruthie Deneen. KCRT, can you let Ruthie in? Was that a yes? I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, sorry, I was just let in. Can
Okay,
you all hear
very
me?
good. Thank you, yes. Thank you, Ruthie.
Okay, sorry about that. They were getting me.
Hold on one second. KCRT, can you pull it up? There you go. Well, maybe. KCRT, can you pull up the presentation, please?
We are trying. Hold on.
Okay, there we go. Okay, thank you, Ruthie.
Okay, good evening, everybody. I'll try and keep it brief here. And so first off, I would just like to thank the council and the city of Richmond for your continued support of East Bay Center. It's so important to have the city's support for us. These last 2 years have been intense for everyone. We all know. And the center's gone through a lot. So I'm just going to share just in a couple minutes here what we've been going through. Next slide, please. Hello. There we go. Thank you. So the center is 54 years, as you all know, teaching music, theater, and dance. When COVID came, everything went online. So group classes, private lessons, ensembles, the work in 13 schools all went online. Starting last summer, we began to come back in person, first with our school programs, then with our ensembles, our group classes this past spring, and this summer, our summer intensive with 80 students is now on site, as well as all of our work in the schools. And in the fall, everything will be on site, including programs for children 5 and under, as well as all of our private lessons. So we've been able to maintain everything during this period. Next slide, please. And just some numbers for you all. You all have a packet as well. So very diverse population, primarily from Richmond, attending our programs. And the majority of our students are going on to college as well from our main site. Partly that's because of the college prep and the tutoring and the social support programs that we're also offering at this time. All of our classes are tuition free, which is a big thing considering that our organizational budget's now at 4.1 million to achieve this goal of serving almost 4,000 youth here in this area. Next slide. And as you all know, a really important part of what we're doing is being out there in the community as well. For Richmond, this is something that has just started again recently. Our group starting to perform outside of the building and inside of the building as things start to change. This is a recent photo of our vocal ensemble at the Richmond Fairy Fest. Next slide. And really important update is that Jordan Simmons, who worked at the center for 40-something years, retired January 1st. So yeah, huge clap, bravo, lots of accolades to Jordan. And luckily, I think you all knew that this was a transition that we've been working on together for probably 6 years or so. I've been at the center for 13 years. So working side by side with him. So the transition's been very smooth overall. We built a leadership team over the last 4 or 5 years. He went on sabbatical. So it felt fairly seamless considering the major transition that it was. He's been off traveling the world. He's back now, so also loving it himself. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that and how we're going to honor him even more. But through professional development, as far as COVID-related policies, procedures, hiring our first HR director ever, Deborah Preston, who was born, I'm not sure she was born, but definitely raised in Richmond and has held it down for the center with almost 100 employees now, a new payroll. And then of course, a new, more distributed leadership model has been really important for the center, as well as doing some serious strategic planning over the last year and looking in discussions with over 80 stakeholders, faculty, students, parents, community members, that the goal of the center moving forward is to really serve our community, not to grow geographically and serve all these different cities or anything like that, but to go even deeper here in Richmond and serve our students even better. Next slide. So it's just a reminder that our model is really through performing arts, but it's the goal is to achieve wholeness, well-being for our students and our community through creativity, community, and mental health. Moving on. And what's so transformational about the center? Long-term commitment to our students through programs like our Young Artist Diploma program, through our long-term commitments to the school district, being healing-centered and strength-based, looking at strengths rather than deficits in our community, lifting up joy and beauty and positivity. Moving forward. Next slide. And there's a lot of unmet needs that are continuously brought forward to our organization, including, of course, in the schools, wraparound, more support for the students that find the center as their home and their safe space is a common unmet need that we're looking to do a better job at. and strength-based mental health support services that we resource out in collaboration and provide some what we can in through the organization itself. Next slide. So I did mention that performances in person are the big new thing at the center, that it's happening. I'm inviting you all to July 22nd from 5 to 8 p.m. Very, very important. Please put on your calendars. It's a big event out in the outdoor area of the center. We're taking over the parking lot in 11th Street, and we're throwing a big bash for Jordan. We weren't able to do it over the winter. We had these small little parties of 20 people here and there. And so we really need to make this public. We'd really, really appreciate if you were all there. It's also the last day of our summer program, so we're also celebrating all of our students' work through the summer. So we'll have performances, we'll have food trucks. It should be great. And then, of course, other performances coming in the fall. Faye Carroll's doing a performance on September 6th at the center, as well as workshops for our students, the Conservatory of Music from San Francisco. And so it's starting to build up again, which is so exciting to see this space activated. So I also invite you all to come by the center right now. There's 80 plus kids there, masked, vaccinated every day. It's pretty, if you need people and livelihood in your life and see what's happening, something really cool, come by, just email me 8 to 3 p.m. any day. And then of course, deepen collaborations with Healthy Contra Costa, the RISE Center, West Contra Costa Unified School District, and many more. But just immense gratitude for everything that you do. We're working really, really hard to improve our work every day and do the best by the kids that need it the most in our community. That's it. And I open it up for any questions.
Are there any questions from council members?
Mayor, but may I please just take a moment to acknowledge Ruthie?
Of course.
And thank her for her leadership in our community, and thank her and Jordan for having a seamless transition plan. And I just want to express the great gratitude I have for you all personally. You've been amazing partners to the city of Richmond and to our community. And I really appreciate that you provide a safe space for our young people, for them to be authentically who they are and let them reflect and become who they want to be. And I just personally just want to commend you and thank you for your service and all of the staff at the center. It's absolutely wonderful. And for that, we owe an immense gratitude. So thank you.
Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, thank you. I'll briefly say I'm just very ecstatic that the East Bay Center for Performing Arts was able to get creative and still be able to do what you do and engage youth. I work right next to you in the office next door, so I'm always seeing all the activity and it's always exciting. And, just great job to everything you do, because I know a few city staff people along with community members that actually have kids participate in those programs, and they're really grateful for it. So thank you for everything.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, I just want to also thank the East Bay Center for the Performing Arts. Thank you, Ruthie. You did such great work with the kids, as has Jordan, and it's sad to see him go, but I know he has set things in motion that you all are continuing with, and it's a wonderful program. And I know I'm someone who believes strongly in the arts. I believe it really uplifts the spirit, and it connects us as human beings to have that that soul connection from one to another. And so I think it's a very important piece of changing a society. And I think your work is definitely helping to change Richmond. So thank you.
Councilmember Bates.
Well, I want to echo the similar comments. Of all the organizations that I've had the opportunity to vote and provide grants, the Performing Arts Center, in my opinion, has been at the very top. I remember when you first got organized. And we had questions about Jordan Simmons having known his mother, Norma Simmons, and we were wondering if they were going to be the same. Because if you remember Norma Simmons, she could raise hell every now and then. But Jordan came in and did an excellent job of leadership and inclusiveness of the entire community. And that was one great, great job that Jordan completed. And I congratulate him on his retirement. And I look forward to bidding him farewell on July the 22nd, thereabouts. So thank you, and thank you for the new staff and their leadership in picking up where Jordan left off. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah, music's the universal language, and dance is a graceful way of interacting with one another. And you have taught our youth both of those arts, and have expanded their scope of appreciating reality and creating beauty. And I really thank you for that. When I was a teacher at Downer Elementary, your presence was one of the most beautiful things that was provided to my students. And I know that you will continue the work, and I thank you for that.
Okay, any other council members? Do we have public speakers?
Yes.
Okay, we have Mark Wasberg. Mark, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, the performing arts would cover a lot of stuff because my instructor at Contra Costa College, she was in the performing arts, and also she was a film editor, and she was making a movie out in San Francisco, which I had 2 parts in, and it went all over the world. And I got into film editing. I host my own television show on Channel 26 Comcast every Sunday night at 10:30. So you'd be amazed what you could do with this stuff. And matter of fact, there was a website that all the Hollywood actors are on, right? So I got on the website and I was looking at it, and I see my name on it, because anytime you have a speaking part, you'll get a movie credit. Then I went down just one more step, and it said Mark Wasberg, then it said Mark Wahlberg. I looked and I showed my friend. He goes, "Yeah, sure, Mark." So like I say, it's a wide thing that you could get into. It's because I never thought I was going to be a movie. I never thought I was going to do my own TV show. I never thought that I was going to be able to edit film, put on the subtitles, special effects, and so forth. This is what I'm doing now. I even made the documentary about the violence here in Richmond that I was involved with. So, I encourage these young people, that performing arts is a good thing to get into. I yield my time.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, before we take up the next item, I just want to note that it is 10:50.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. I just had to say this. Y'all know y'all doing something right. Congratulations, East Bay Performing Arts Center.
Thank you all so much.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. So it's 10:57, and we're going to need a motion to continue this meeting in order to continue it. So
I made the motion that we continue the meeting.
to when? Until when?
11:30.
Until 11:30.
I'll second.
Well, may I ask what are the items left to discuss?
Mine.
All right.
Don't
Okay.
a lot. So
Mayor,
let's try to finish them today.
Yes.
Tonight.
Mayor, but can we ask if people can try to keep their presentations to 5 minutes, so then maybe the council can hear maybe 2 or 3? Because I know the San Pablo Avenue multimodal corridor study is timely, and we also want to be thoughtful about RCF has been waiting here all evening, as well as the ARPA report. So maybe if you can ask the presenters can have a compressed presentation and email their PowerPoints.
Well, you can always ask, but Richmond City Council meetings are not known for succinctness. So.
But Leah is, so I have faith in Leah.
Okay.
Leah and John, these my folks from WIGTAC. I got faith in both of them.
Okay, we need to vote on that motion to extend the meeting to 11:30. Call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yep.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no.
You know, somehow we got to learn to get, we've been here since 4:30. So that's like, what?
8 hours.
8 hours.
Can we let the speakers to go so we can start these conversations?
I don't have anything against these presentations. They're all great subjects, but somehow this city council's got to learn to manage their time.
Well, Tom, this is my second 8-hour shift today. So I think, you know, let's just get it done.
Amen.
Okay.
Let's move on.
Okay, so the next item is update from HR&A advisors regarding the American Rescue Plan, Community Needs Assessment, and Strategic Investment Plan Development. Madam Clerk, would you finish reading the item, please?
Yes, it's a plan, strategic investment plan to provide guidance on spending the city's remaining 17.2 million ARPA allocation.
Good evening again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council, LaShonda White. I am going to turn it over to HR&A and Contigo. Please roll through these slides quickly. You all have them in your packet and we are available to answer any questions. So thank you so much.
Okay, I have heard loud and clear we want to be quick, so I'm going to try to be fast. My name's Judith Taylor. I'm a partner with HR&A. Thank you for taking the time to connect with us. We really want to share an overview of the work that our team has underway to both first hear directly from local residents and businesses to understand their key priorities and needs in terms of COVID recovery, and secondly, to build out a strategic investment plan on what we hear from the community. So on that community needs assessment. We are pulling up a set of slides. If we can go to the next slide, I'll just kind of give you a quick overview. We want to discuss ARPA and how it relates to the city of Richmond, give you some information on our community needs assessment and engagement process, and then tell you about next steps on how you and different community members can get further involved. Next slide. So this work is being led by HR&A advisors. I am a partner with HR&A, and we are leading a team that includes Contigo. HR&A has a lot of experience working on economic development strategies all across California and the nation. We have been supporting the city of Richmond on the business investment and attraction strategy, as well as the short-term recovery business plan. And for this work, Contigo is supporting us on the community engagement. They really are experts in facilitation and have been doing racial equity work with the school districts of Antioch and Oakland. And we will be having Susanna and Mara from colleagues from this team also sharing information with you today. I'm going to pass off to Mara, but just very quickly, do want to state that we really recognize, as did the last speaker, that the last 2 years really have been challenging, sometimes traumatic for many different folks. And the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted people differently. And so that's really our interest in this community needs assessment and ensuring that ARPA, it really is an opportunity to meet the short-term needs of Richmond, but also to position Richmond and its economy for long-term success. So we're thinking about both of those. With that, I'll pass it off to Mara to share a little bit more about ARPA and our engagement process.
Thanks, Judy. And I will go very quickly through this. I think we're happy to answer more questions and either now or later. When we're talking about ARPA funding, both here and with our focus groups and in interviews, we're talking about the lump sum of federal funding that was allocated to the city of Richmond. From the total 27.7 million, we know that much has already been allocated, but much more of it remains to be allocated based on these community needs. So we're focusing on the 17.2 million that can still be allocated. There's much more information in our appendix about the different uses of these funds, but essentially it's for responses to COVID-19, interpreted pretty broadly for all types of public health, all types of economic impacts. There's also a stabilization effort for lost public revenue from things like a loss in hotel motel tax and sales tax, premium pay for essential workers, which is defined really broadly. So it's not just our doctors and our nurses, but it's anybody working on the front line. So it's childcare, it's schools, grocery store workers, transportation. And then this last category of infrastructure, which has a lot to do with capital funding for clean, safe water, but also for internet access. Again, I won't bother to go through this slide in our limited time together, but there's a series of considerations that we're kind of keeping in mind as we're facilitating these conversations about what the different sources and uses of this funds could be, and what are the ways to spend it kind of in the most effective and equitable way. We've started, as Judy said, to think about what are the key communities that were on the front lines of the COVID pandemic, and how can this funding be used to best help those that have those immediate needs. So on the left here, you'll see a few different populations that we know from speaking with folks were disproportionately impacted for a number of reasons, many of whom were already facing structural barriers prior to the COVID pandemic that were elevated and exacerbated over the past 2 years. And we've translated these into target populations and discuss them that Suzanne will talk through later about how we're using these focus groups. We did just want to say that there's, in addition to this kind of community connection and hearing firsthand, we're also doing data analysis to understand some of the background of what's happening in Richmond. And so these next couple slides are about some of that data. Again, just a small sample of what's going into this community needs assessment to understand the groups that were having a hard time prior to COVID and probably fared worse during it. So this first slide is about people living in poverty with a concentration of red dots, resembling those areas that have higher concentrations. Groups facing structural racism, including concentrations of Black, African-American residents, Hispanic and Asian residents, and these groups in addition to things like access barriers and language and cultural sensitivity. And this last one is about renters. And we know that, in our group so far, we've been hearing a lot about housing insecurity. I'll pass it to Susanna now to be able to talk about our engagement process.
Thank you, Mara. And I want to thank the council members who have spoken with us and who have shared suggestions for the outreach. We're really looking at reaching, again, those priority populations and really reaching a diverse set of folks who represent the diversity that exists in Richmond. So we're looking at folks who have been most deeply impacted by COVID-19, looking at hard to reach populations, and of course, disproportionately impacted community members, and really trying to lift up the voices of those folks who don't often make it to public meetings, perhaps don't make it to council meetings, and really working with service providers to try and reach them. So we've been coordinating focus groups in partnership with community service organizations that are serving, delivering services to these populations. And our approach is really multi-pronged. It started with a community scan, really compiling a list of a variety of service organizations, as well as local businesses. And we're reaching them through these focus groups that are very tailored conversations with our priority populations. But we also are having public meetings, and we have a citywide public survey that is now available online in both English and Spanish. And those are going to continue and we're sharing the public meeting information as well as the public survey with that list, the list of community organizations. So we've been making ourselves available for the focus groups and for input into the outreach that's taking place. And again, these are the populations that we've been targeting. And we started with the focus groups because we wanted to spend extra time working with those service providers to reach those folks. This is an example of the survey that is available online. And if you go to the ARPA website, I think we'll have another slide coming up that illustrates the website soon. Here's our public meeting. You can see Milton, our facilitator, myself, Mara, some of the staff, but we've had a series of focus groups. We are really aiming to reach at least 100 people in the target populations in the committed focus groups. So far, we've reached almost, I think, about 70 folks, and we still have we have other focus groups. I think the majority, we're only halfway through our focus group. So we're actually we're on track to exceed that goal. Here you see some flyers announcing the public meetings, as well as a QR code to the survey. These are also being used by city staff at community events. They'll be distributing these and asking people to participate in the survey they were out on Juneteenth. They're going to be out again for 4th of July. We are going to be leaving these at local businesses. So we'll be doing a push with local businesses in the month of July. So we'll have some door-to-door outreach to local businesses to both, one, provide information to their clientele about these public engagement opportunities, but also to invite those same businesses into dedicated focus groups to learn about the specific challenges that the small business community has been faced with. And we will have small business focus groups in both English and Spanish. I do also want to mention that we are doing outreach to the API community. So we're working with APEN to schedule a focus group in July. We're also going to be talking to API seniors, collaborating with Able Community Development. I have so many organizations in my head. But we are also doing some targeted outreach to the API community as well as the Spanish-speaking community. Here we have a list of upcoming events. We had our first community meeting just yesterday, and it was very well attended. We actually had over 60 community members in attendance who came and shared their experiences during the pandemic and spoke to the needs that they continue to struggle with as they continue to recover from the pandemic. So it was a well-attended meeting, and we gathered a lot of great input through that meeting. People did speak to what they saw as priorities for ARPA funding. We're here today. As I mentioned, the city staff will be tabling at various events. There'll be a second community meeting in July, as well as our small business focus groups, not to mention additional community focus groups. And we will be back in August for a third community meeting where we present some of the findings from our outreach before the final presentation to the City Council.
So I think we could end on just the next slide right there, which just shows how we are going to be using this information. So you heard a lot about our engagement and our listening tour, the community meeting that happened yesterday, the other community meeting that's also part of our listening tour, and small business and other focus groups. We're pulling that together to, again, understand the community needs and, put together an analysis of that. As of next month, we'll start developing recommendations from that information, which we'll report back on the community needs assessment in our third community meeting and what we're thinking about in terms of those recommendations. And then we'll be building out the ARPA investment plan based off of those, that understanding of community needs. So with that, we'll end on this last slide, which has some contact information. As mentioned, there is a survey. There are these other points and events where people can get involved so we can capture input from them. But you can also reach out via this email address as well. And I'll pause there.
Okay, thank you. Questions from council members? Councilmember McLaughlin.
Thank you so much for all your work, and a question. If I know I had a meeting with you and I shared a lot of ideas, including the public bank, which is one of those positioning of Richmond for long-term success that you talked about at the beginning. If I wanted to set up a special focus group for people involved with this effort, and we will be having a Richmond town hall on this, but if there's some community members who want to meet with you, is there time for another focus group?
I think we have been talking about setting up another focus group, and so we'd want to coordinate with Susanna. There might be others also included within that focus group, but that can be made possible.
Okay, so I'll reach out to make sure. One of the things we did at the last meeting is we had put aside $750,000 for $750,000 for the public bank, but we understood that street safety was an urgent need, so we instead put that money toward street safety, which I think a lot of people probably were thinking ARPA funding would be great for, but now we have an opportunity to utilize that money earlier than this process. As I mentioned at the last meeting, that $750,000 should go into the ARPA funding, since we're, instead utilizing the $750 for the street safety. So I will want to get you more updated on that, and I know the council will have to vote on all the recommendations. And when do you expect that to happen? I know you're going through this process. I know we have till 2024 to allocate it, and beyond that to spend it, but maybe it's more of a city staff question. Does city staff envision a time when we will vote on the recommendations?
So yes, per the timeline that Judith shared in the last slide, our hope is that we will conclude our community needs assessment, the input, develop recommendations throughout the summer, and come back to City Council in October with recommendations for your consideration and approval.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. One is, I think Susanna mentioned wanting to prioritize vulnerable and hard to reach populations. And yes, some of the outreach mechanisms seems more geared towards people with without language or technology or other barriers. Are focus group the mechanism for this, or what are the mechanisms that you are going to use to really achieve your goal of reaching the vulnerable and hard to reach population?
Well, the primary mechanism has been to partner with service providers who are serving those populations. I do want to also add, so we have that list that we've developed and has also been informed by the city staff as to which service organizations are actually serving these specific populations. And I do want to add that we are offering to meet in person as well. So when we have the focus group for seniors, we are actually doing that meeting in person. So we're very flexible, and we're really looking to the organizations to share their best practices for their populations, because we know that a lot has shifted since the pandemic. We will, of course, follow, whatever safety protocols they have. These organizations are being very thoughtful about that as well, and how groups are managed, and how many people are in, in-person venues. when that is requested, but we do understand that not everybody has access to technology. And with regards to the unhoused, that is also a focus group that we plan on conducting in person and that we're working with service providers to organize. So I just want you to know we have a lot of flexibility. We really don't come in with an agenda, but really look to the folks who really understand this community to guide us and to help us really meet them where they are and engage with them in the way that is going to be most fruitful.
Okay, thank you. So it will be great to have the list of organizations that you are trying to engage on this, and just kind of like for us to know more how you are reaching your goals of really getting the voice of those who are not usually reachable by internet or other means. But thank you for your response. So I also have some question about how the funds are to be used to mitigate the identified impacts of COVID-19, that is to address a specific pandemic public health need or a specific negative economic impact. So I had 3 questions on that. And one is, what was the specific pandemic cost negative impact? If you can talk about that. And what disproportionately impacted group suffer the negative impact? And how will the proposed remediation mitigate the negative impact on that group?
We'll have to say, I might need you to repeat the second question, but we're actually trying to capture this information from the community groups. So we have been pulling it together from the input that we're capturing from the different focus groups that we've had. And then also we are working on additional data analysis too. I don't think we're going to come to one single number, but we will be sharing the impacts that we are seeing. And if even in that sliver of information that you saw during the presentation, we did note the negative health impacts and how it was impacting different communities, and the economic negative impacts, like folks who've lost jobs and had challenges finding new jobs, those in the hospitality sector, retail sector, arts sector, that were severely impacted. So, we're pulling that information together as part of this process. And I think that's what we'll have when we have our community needs report.
Okay, so in that sense, I want to ask you a particular question about the small businesses and how, what is the data that you are using and how you are pulling together small businesses?
So on the small business side, that is like we do want to pull information from our survey, which is really helpful because that's direct information. We have been using the PPP information, to look at some of these. We are and have looked at like sales tax and how that impacts different businesses. Business data, like we have to pull it from different sources because business data can be challenging to get on an updated basis where it's giving you information that's more recent. So often data sources for businesses, are a little like they're not as up to date as I think we would like to understand the recovery impacts, but that's why we're going directly to the businesses. That's why we have the focus group and why we're getting the survey data directly from businesses to understand their impacts.
Yeah, one recommendation that I would like to see is that you see like small businesses, the ones who are in McDonald's, San Pablo, and 23rd are the representative of what we have as small businesses. And because if you go larger, then what you get from that data is not the representation of what small businesses are for, like what are the representation of small businesses in our community. So I think like, yes, you go big, but then you go small and you just kind of like focus your representation of the business that are going to represent, so that the information that you get is really what represents small businesses in Richmond. I don't know if I am clear about that, but it's just like if you get a graded universe, it's not going to give you the same thing that we want.
I hear what you're saying, that we need to make sure that we are getting representation of the very small businesses that are in Richmond, because if we just use average information, it might be larger businesses that are not representative and average. So I do hear that. And I think that that is one of the goals, to look at and make sure that we're capturing that information from that full spectrum of businesses.
Yeah, so the full spectrum should be in that sense of the small business. My last comment, and I will finish with that, is that I think like we cannot wait until October. I think like we need to have like our community is impacted right now, is we need to support them. So waiting until October to get the full things, I think getting our community to wait too long. So it will be good if we can get some of this information earlier than later. Thank you.
Councilmember Bates.
Well, thank you for the presentation. I want a couple of questions. How long have you been engaged in the survey and relating to the community?
Susanna, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, the survey hasn't been up long. We started with the focus groups. So we've just launched the survey recently in advance of Juneteenth. So that work will continue. Outreach to get public participation and small business participation through the survey is going to continue. You may recall it did go out to the council for any input. And so
you said about 2 months.
Yes.
It's only been up right now. The survey has only been up for a little over a week.
Yeah.
About
Okay,
10 days.
all right.
And so, but we will have it open for at least another 4 to 6 weeks.
Yeah, it will be up.
Okay, second question is, have you met with the Richmond Chamber of Commerce, the Richmond Council, Richmond Industries, or the 23rd Merchants, or the President Jan Magoni and the Coordinated Neighborhood Council? Have you met with those, or do you plan to meet with them, or what's the status?
So I did make a presentation to RNCC at their June meeting to tell them what was going on with this process and how they could engage. And I do know we are working really closely with our business assistance officer, Lizette, in the Economic Development Department to help us connect with all of those business associations to make sure we are hearing from them and getting the right people at the table.
Okay, I just want to remind you that that's a very important group out there.
We definitely understand that and want to make sure we hear from them. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, a couple of things. So the survey is web-based, so anybody can go to the website and participate in the survey.
That is
All right.
correct. It is web-based, but we also, if people need paper hard copies, we have a format available to print those and
One thing you all might want to look at is look at the community survey, which was last done in 2021, which is not that long ago. And the community survey is a scientific survey. It's done based on random selection of respondents. When you have a web-based survey, the responses you're going to get are people who are motivated to go find it and participate in it. So you're not going to get the same quality of responses. So I would urge you to take a look at that. And I had a chance to discuss some of these items with Susanna, and I'll just repeat them here briefly. One thing I recommend is take a strong look at broadband. That's one of the recommended expenditures for these ARPA funds. And we have an opportunity basically to provide broadband to everybody in Richmond. You know, we already have some funding from ECIA. I don't know how much of it we spent, but I think there was $1 million allocated for broadband. And there's also a ton of other federal money available for broadband right now. I heard a presentation at the U.S. Conference of Mayors a couple of weeks ago, and I sent all that information to Sue Hartman. There's incredible grant opportunities, and there's incredible amounts of money. We're talking about millions and millions of dollars. So if we took our ECIA funds that are already allocated, if we went after additional federal funding, and then we used our ARPA funds, we could actually do a major broadband project in Richmond. We could change the face of Richmond. And I think we all know how important that is, because you know what happened during COVID? You know, nobody could go to school. All the students had to participate from home or somewhere else using computers. And the big problem is that a lot of them just didn't have access to broadband. And so they were locked out of the system, and they suffered terribly education-wise for that. So broadband, I'm making a big pitch for broadband. A growing number of cities have gone to citywide broadband, and you know, we can do it in Richmond. One of the other recommended programs is premium pay for individuals that could not stay home during COVID. And this is an opportunity for us to use some of that money to provide. It's past the fact, but we could provide premium pay for our police officers and use that as an enhancement to to deal with some of the issues we're dealing with now when we're negotiating a contract with our police officers. So that's something to consider. Housing is another for homeless. Excuse me, is another recommended ARPA program. And I just want to remind people that for every $1 million we have available, we could house 50 people for a year. So for $1 million out of ARPA, we could house we could house probably, for say $2 million, we could house everybody at both Ryden Road and Castro. So that's something we ought to look at strongly. And anyway, those are my recommendations. It is now 11:31, and we're going to have a supermajority vote to continue this meeting if anybody wants to. Is there a motion? I don't see a motion, so I think we're done.
I do the motion that we finish this.
That we do what?
I'll second it, that we finish the other two items as well, or just this? Yeah,
sure.
That's what I thought.
Okay, so motion from Jimenez, and by the way, thank you for your presentation. It was very, very useful. So we have a motion from Jimenez, second from McLaughlin, to continue the meeting till we get through the final two items. So Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Councilmember Bates,
No.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bates and Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay. So we've been at this now for 7 hours, right? Okay, item Q3, receive presentation of San Pablo Avenue Multimodal Corridor Study Phase 2. Would you finish reading the item, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, and provide feedback. Is to receive the presentation of the San Pablo Avenue Multimodal Corridor Study Phase 2 and provide feedback.
Okay, this is there a staff report?
There is, Mayor. Good evening, and good evening, council members. Joe Leach, Public Works Director, and I have Patrick Phelan, Infrastructure Administrator, and a team from Kimley Horn who conducted the study. And if KCRT could pull up the slide deck, we'll get cranking.
Hello, everyone. Mayor Butt, members of the council, Patrick Phelan, Infrastructure Administrator. I brought this item to council tonight, and I'd like to hand it over to Leah Greenblatt with WICTAC.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you the latest information from this study. And tonight we have John Nemeth, our Executive Director at WICTAC, joining us, and Adam Dankberg from Kimley Horn, who will be making the presentation. We know there's a lot of detail here, so in the interest of time, we provided a lot of information in your agenda packet already. We're going to do a high-level presentation, but we want you to know that we're here and we can answer those detailed questions that you might have. And we're very interested in getting a sense of Richmond's interest in possible next steps. We've already given a similar presentation to the WICTAC board, which Mayor Butt and council members Martinez and Johnson are members of. And the WICTAC board has noted that it favors advancing the pedestrian safety components and was also receptive to the transit improvements. And we are going around now to the cities of Richmond, El Cerrito, San Pablo, and AC Transit. And, you know, we're still talking about concepts at this point, and we are trying to gauge your interest, if any, in these concepts, and which you might be interested in advancing further. And with that, I'll hand it over to Adam.
All right, thank you, and good evening, everybody. This is a already condensed version of a longer form presentation, as they mentioned, that we gave to the WICTAC board. So if there's any questions on details or specifics, especially as it relates to the City of Richmond, certainly feel free to ask questions. Let's see, we can jump in. Next slide, please. Okay, so just what we'll cover today, the overall process, some of the potential solutions that we have been analyzing, especially as it relates to transit, bicycle, and parking, and then focus on key takeaways and next steps. Next slide, please. All right, so starting with the overall purpose and process. Next slide. So the San Pablo Avenue Multimodal Corridor study began a number of years ago in 2017, really focusing on improving multimodal mobility, efficiency, and safety all along San Pablo Avenue, with a goal to sustainably meet both current and future transportation needs. There's some specific goals around safety, equity, promoting economic development, and accommodating all the growth that is planned to occur in this corridor. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the project started in 2017, led by Alameda CTC. The study area extended between Hilltop Mall and the southern terminus of San Pablo Avenue in the city of Oakland. So actually involved 7 cities, 2 counties, as well as the transit operators. The study, given its large extents, was really focused at a high level in terms of identifying potential solutions for San Pablo Avenue, conducting public engagement in a couple of different rounds, and evaluating how different alternatives perform for the corridor as a whole. Next slide, please. So at the conclusion of phase 1, which wrapped up in 2020, there were still some specific and significant questions as it relates to Contra Costa County. Because of the scale of that initial study, there wasn't the opportunity to focus really on some specific and unique conditions within Contra Costa County. And so there's this study on this phase 2 effort was commenced to really answer some of those key questions, identifying viable alternatives that can be advanced in future project phases, as well as also really understanding what some of the opportunities are and what and in what ways the corridor could be preserved to make sure those opportunities can be implemented at a future date, including enhancing transit as well as overall safety within the corridor. We had a process over the last about a year and a half or so since we began this phase 2 effort to identify concept alternatives that work specifically within the unique cross sections within Contra Costa County, assessing the feasibility of those solutions, doing qualitative and quantitative analysis and evaluation of their performance, and then summarizing them in a comprehensive evaluation that we're here to present tonight. Next slide, please. So in terms of the current conditions out in the corridor and the overall project need, next slide, please. There's a number of elements that are helpful to know. One is there's already extensive transit service on San Pablo Avenue, south of McDonald, where 3 of the 72 series routes overlap. There's actually service every 7 minutes. So it's already a frequent corridor that has a lot of ridership. There are bike lanes, but only in very limited segments, primarily in the city of San Pablo, with a little bit in Richmond and in El Cerrito, but the bulk of the corridor does not have any bike facilities. There are long gaps between pedestrian crossings and many uncontrolled crossings, which make it very difficult to cross this highly trafficked and generally higher speed arterial. So there's multiple gaps, nearly a half mile, and several locations in El Cerrito, which also border Richmond as well. There are continuous sidewalks, but the sidewalks aren't necessarily pleasant or comfortable, and they're often narrow and have these higher speed conflicts with autos. One thing to note for San Pablo Avenue is that it is very heavily used as a cut-through route or a pass, basically a pass-by route for I-80 to avoid congestion on I-80. So about a third of the trips on San Pablo Avenue are really just passing through and not accessing destinations on or near San Pablo Avenue. Next slide, please. This just presents mode split on the corridor today within the city of Richmond, or adjacent to the city of Richmond. This transit trips just reflects trips on the Line 72 series routes. For AC does not reflect BART, but you can see that about 10% of the trips are on transit today in this corridor within the city of Richmond. Next slide. There actually is quite a bit of parking today, both on street along San Pablo Avenue, as well as many of the businesses and residents along San Pablo Avenue actually have off-street lots. So shown in the pink magenta color on the map shows where on-street parking currently exists in Richmond or Richmond adjacent segments. And then shown in the yellow or blue are where there's off-street lots. So you can see in most areas of the corridor, there is plentiful parking both on-street and off-street. Parking occupancy was generally very low, lower than 60% on most blocks. There are some stretches that have somewhat higher occupancy, particularly on weekends, but generally, in general, the corridor of the parking is not particularly well utilized. The amount of parking that is off-street may be being reduced over time as developments get approved on San Pablo Avenue, and many of these developments have lower parking requirements as part of density bonuses or other transit-oriented development policies. And so these will have greater reliance on alternative modes to maintain and enhance the mobility of these future residents and workers along San Pablo Avenue. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, transit is well utilized in the corridor today. There's about 12,500 daily bus riders on San Pablo Avenue, about half in Contra Costa County. And so there's actually more riders on this corridor than on any other AC transit route in the system. About 14% of the entire system route is on a route that operates on San Pablo Avenue. Bus speeds, however, are about 30% slower than auto speeds and have been steadily degrading over time as congestion levels have increased. The chart on the right indicates how buses spend their time on San Pablo Avenue. And what's notable is that area in red is very large, and that is associated with congestion on San Pablo. So actually buses spend most of their travel time actually stuck in congestion as opposed to picking up passengers or actually moving through the corridor. I want to note that improving transit is truly an equitable solution, given the makeup of existing transit riders in this area. A large component which are minority, lower income riders, and thus there is a significant equity component for enhancing their mobility and access to opportunity. Next slide, please. And so then this one sort of imagines the future where there are no improvements made to San Pablo Avenue. And what we found with their analysis is that by not making any improvements and just leaving the current lane configuration as it is, there would be a nearly 70% increase in traffic delay by 2035. So just a much greater level of congestion than there even exists now, really impacting the overall mobility through this corridor, access to businesses, access for residents. This corresponds to significant additional travel time for bus riders as well. There are a number of safety challenges in the corridor. A number of injuries and fatalities have occurred, including a number involving pedestrians and cyclists, including one fatality that occurred within a recent 5-year period. And then, as I mentioned, there are a number of equity considerations. 93% of the study area in Contra Costa County is within a quarter mile of an equity priority community. And this entire area is also associated with a priority development area. So there's a lot of components both for equity as well as future growth of this corridor. Next slide, please. So now turning our attention to some of the potential solutions we evaluate. Next slide, please. We started with first identifying what are some of the opportunities for pedestrian safety improvements. There's a long list of things that can be done to improve pedestrian safety and overall comfort. Many of these can be done on a nearer term basis or for relatively lower cost, such as improving crosswalks and improving the sidewalk conditions. So these are improvements that can be done regardless of the ultimate transit or bicycle solution that may be advanced on this corridor, things that really don't preclude some of those other solutions. Next slide, please. In terms of transit, there are a number of lower cost, shorter term implementation type improvements as we identified in the screen here. However, these generally are not sufficient to have a significant effect on overall transit reliability or performance or desirability. Really, these collectively are not enough to significantly drive a mode shift away from auto and towards transit. They're generally on the margins. A greater level of transit priority and solution is really needed on the corridor, given the levels of congestion and overall ridership. Next slide, please. And so that takes us to BRT. So we looked at really two types of BRT are generally appropriate for an urban corridor, such as San Pablo Avenue. And these include center running bus lanes shown on the image on the left, where the buses operate bidirectionally in the center of the roadway in dedicated lanes, and then side running shown on the right, where buses operate on the side of the roadway in dedicated lanes. And so these have their own unique characteristics that we'll cover here as part of this presentation. Next slide, please. So in terms of BRT in general, so bus rapid transit, again, and BRT has a long definition, but primarily associated with dedicated transit lanes for long stretches, enhanced stations, transit signal priority, and other enhanced features that improve the reliability and speed of transit. So the analysis that we performed shows that BRT can have significantly improved transit travel time, 30 to 45% in this corridor, and most importantly, actually significantly improves reliability, greater than 60% improvement in reliability. And we often hear from transit riders that really reliability is the key factor for their decision on whether or not to ride transit. This is anticipated to result in a ridership benefit of 30% or greater, many of those switching from auto to transit, thereby reducing greenhouse gas emissions and enhancing mobility in the corridor. BRT also has some economic activity benefits through enhanced architecture and features that often promote transit-oriented development. Of course, BRT is not without its challenges, as we've seen from implementation of other BRTs in the region, such as significant cost, challenges during construction, effects on overall traffic, auto flow, as well as changes to stop placement. Slide, please. So now in looking at center running versus side running, center running is really the premium form of BRT. It really provides the greatest opportunity for transit travel time and reliability benefits by limiting the amount of intrusion into the bus lane or conflicts that the bus will encounter over the course of the BRT alignment. So center BRT really is that kind of ultimate solution for transit performance. Side running provides really the benefits around flexibility. You have more flexibility in terms of design configuration. It gives you the opportunity to have shared lanes in certain stretches. Of course, that does serve to the detriment of transit itself, so it doesn't get quite the same benefits for reliability and performance, but it is easier to implement with side running BRT. Other challenges with center running BRT include effects on community circulation, such as left turns at certain locations, as well as any medians and street trees. Side running BRT challenges include just really impacts to the bus lane associated with double parking or other incursion into the bus lane. Next slide, please. So in terms of the overall implications of converting a traffic lane, and that's what we'd be talking about if it wasn't clear from the cross section. San Pablo Avenue is currently 4 lanes. And so the idea, because there's not extra right-of-way available, there are businesses and residences right up to the right-of-way limits that we would not be touching. And so they're really the only option to provide BRT is to convert one of the auto lanes into a dedicated bus lane. And so instead of 4 auto lanes, 2 in each direction, it'd be 1 in each direction, and then a bus lane in each direction. So as a result of that conversion of the traffic lane, it will result in additional traffic congestion on San Pablo Avenue, as now the traffic really is confined to the 1 lane. So that will result in some diversion. Not all of it is necessarily using different streets. Some may choose a different route or a different, or actually shift to bus. But others may use a different route, and that may result in some increased traffic and alternative routes.
Adam, I'm being requested to kind of wrap up or speed up the presentation. Sorry.
Okay. Okay, yeah, let's keep on going then. Next slide. So this slide, we looked at some of the potential diversion routes that may see increased traffic as a result of the lane conversion. I'll keep going. Next slide, please. This really focuses on some of the benefits to transit travel time and reliability. It really flips the script in terms of bus being slower than autos as it is today and will be in the future. Without improvements, then the bus actually becomes faster than auto and really becomes a much more desirable mode. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, great opportunities for increasing transit ridership and really improving transit reliability. Let's go next slide. And keep going. So we also looked at opportunities as part of overall corridor improvements to improve bicycle conditions. There are a number of types of improvements, but many of them require dedication of roadway space in order to provide bicycle facilities on San Pablo itself. Next slide. One of the challenges with that, even if we do dedicate some space for bicycle lanes on San Pablo, is that given the number of driveways along this roadway, as well as the need for right turn conflicts and intersections, the bicycle facility really can't ultimately be a low stress facility. So it's still certainly an improvement upon what's there today, but will not really be an all ages and ability facility. Next slide. So that has us looking at potential alternative routes parallel to San Pablo Avenue where a higher quality facility can be provided. And those are available through Richmond, but do deteriorate to the north in San Pablo. Next slide, please. So we looked at a variety of options ranging from prioritizing parking to prioritizing bicycles, because generally there is that trade-off between parking and bicycle space because the roadway width is constrained. And so we looked at different options to accommodate, really prioritizing bicycling with a greater loss of parking and vice versa as well. And some of that detail is in the packet that was provided. Next slide, please. And next slide. Okay, so this is an overall comparison of transit solutions to the no build. You can see the significant opportunity to improve transit performance, but at the cost of reduced auto performance, significant opportunities for pedestrian safety enhancements and improving bicycle connectivity, but again, with some trade-offs associated with parking and loading. There are certainly some challenges with implementation in terms of cost and construction impacts that will need to be overcome as part of future project phases. Next slide. So some key takeaways, really with improvements, there's an opportunity to significantly mitigate some of those significant planned or anticipated increase in congestion through enhanced transit options and enhancing mobility for residents. There are certainly challenges with BRT implementation associated with trade-offs with increased congestion and potential for parking loss. But we have also, I want to note, found some community support for improvements, but a lack of consensus thus far in terms of prioritizing bicycle transit as well as parking in the corridor. So next slide. So in terms of next steps, some options on what to do next. Certainly doing nothing is an option with the trade-offs as I had noted. You could do some near term improvements such as pedestrian crossing improvements and ADA upgrades. Alameda County is advancing a project similar to this in the near term. You could advance a more significant near-term project that includes both these safety enhancements as well as side running bus lanes, or you could continue to advance a longer-term project that also includes looking at center running bus lanes as well as additional bicycle improvements. Certainly a lot of steps need to be taken before a project will be implemented, such as continued engagement with the community, concept design to really understand some of the impacts, as well as developing a funding plan. And the next slide, final slide. So there's some key questions that we have for you. The level of interest right now in pedestrian safety improvements and whether there will be a desire to just stop there. Whether we should be continuing to consider a corridor-wide bus lane solution, and if so, side running versus center running. And then thinking about some of those trade-offs between parking and bike, and if there's some priority or preference for those competing needs for corridor space. So thank you for your time this evening. I don't know if there's any other comments, otherwise happy to entertain any questions.
Okay, so it's time for feedback from council members. I see Councilmember Willis has a hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the wonderful presentation. I'll try to keep my feet. I do think to the pedestrian improvements, I think, making sure that citizens are safe in our crossing and busy streets area and figuring that out would be a good priority to focus on for both short-term and long-term solutions. Curious about doing the bicycle buffer zone to help separate traffic from the bicycle lanes. Potentially, honestly, after driving in Oakland with some of the dedicated bus lanes, I'm sorry, I'm not a fan of the dedicated bus lane. I know for one thing, yes, it will cause traffic congestion, but something that I have seen repeatedly that's almost gotten me into accidents is drivers speeding through that dedicated bus lane and potentially causing a hazard. But if I were to pick one, and if it were an option that we'd have to choose, I know there's a lot of data that goes into it, so it's just my personal preferences. I'm welcome to talk about it more. I would choose the center lane rather than the side lane. I think that could be potentially more of a smooth transition than a side lane being a dedicated bus lane, especially with people needing to park next to the sidewalk. Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. And this is wonderful that we are talking about that. And particularly the pedestrian safety improvement are top priority for many residents in that area, particularly in Richmond. And then the bike lane is like trying to connect more the bike lanes throughout the city, and having it in San Pablo is good. I agree with Councilmember Willis about the kind of like center bus line to make sure that people can cross and get the bus, like have some safety improvements so they can cross. But I had two questions. One is that last couple council meetings, we have the presentation of the local street safety, street safety plan. And I wonder how that is connected, that plan is connected to this. And then you mentioned also that if there is these bus lane solutions that people could be using other streets. And I saw, for instance, Barrett and Key Boulevard, and a lot of folks are complaining about the safety, especially at that intersection of Barre and Key. So will these be also thinking about other solution for these alternative routes that people are going to take, and how to make a safety street, how to make pedestrian safety improvements along the way of these other areas that you show?
Yeah, regarding the first question, I think the local road safety plan is probably a granularity that's much greater than where we're at currently. I think if we were to advance pedestrian improvements, we would certainly want to coordinate with recommendations from that plan on an intersection by intersection basis. Regarding the second question, yeah, I think it would be expected that there will be some analysis of traffic calming along those diversion routes to make them safer and limit the effect and impact of potential traffic diversion associated with the lane reduction on St. Pablo.
Okay, thank you. And then, oh, go ahead, Patrick.
Thank you, council member. Just wanted to add that the local road safety plan, a lot of the countermeasures that we talk about in that plan are applicable to San Pablo Avenue, especially with pedestrian improvements. But that plan doesn't talk about transit. You know, this corridor plan focuses a lot more on transit and all these different modes that we want to support on San Pablo Avenue.
Okay, so my last question is about a funding plan. So what are the funding mechanisms that the city can seek to engage in this plan and potentially like build it and make it a reality for a community?
Well, currently the plan is not funded. And you know, it's very much a high concept. What we did do in looking at the options is we looked at what realistically could fund it. You know, federal funding, state funding. There's just having this documentation will be helpful if MTC goes ahead and advances a regional sales tax measure or another type of measure. Or the CCTA renews Measure J.
I'm gonna interrupt for a minute. It's midnight. I'm going to bed. So Vice Mayor, you can take over. You guys can meet till daylight if you want to, but I'm out of here.
All right. I guess the gavel's been handed over to me.
Yes, Mayor, can you please continue? And RCF after this item would like to present this evening. So thank you so much.
Sure, go ahead. Are we done?
I have my hand up. Bates has his hand up.
Okay, I see that.
One of us.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Demus.
Yeah, I actually I serve as the chair of the WICTAC committee, and we've heard this presentation before, and I just want to make the same comments here that I made there. In terms of pedestrian safety, I think that is low-hanging fruit that we could immediately take care of and improve. In regards to parking versus bike lane, as a frequent user of San Pablo Avenue, particularly between Barrett and Ream, I see one of the biggest problems being double parking and individuals, you know, having to go around cars that are parked in the middle of the street. So if I'm being honest, any way we can eliminate that kind of parking, that would be great. Bike lanes, I think we have at least 2 or 3 alternative parallel streets that we could put bike lanes on that I think would be a lot safer for our bikers. And then in regards to BRT, John, you've heard me say this 1,000 times in both personal and in WICTAC meetings. I agree with the center lane as a pretext for a light rail, because I do believe that a light rail down San Pablo Avenue will be a big way to get folks out of cars and back into public transportation, especially seeing as though San Pablo Ave is used as an alternative to Highway 80. And that's my TED Talk.
Thank you. Councilmember Bates.
Yeah, so I'd like to ask the city manager, how much does this study cost and who's paying for it?
Thank you, Councilmember Bates. Unfortunately, I am not in a position to answer that question, so I would defer to our colleagues at WICTAC.
Sure. It's being paid for with a combination of funds from the CCTA and Measure J sales tax dollars. And this phase is approximately $450,000.
So you're using that's the city of Richmond J tax, am I correct?
It's regional, Mayor Councilmember Bates.
Okay. Well, let me be upfront and honest. I'm not very impressed with the presentation. Here's the reason why. To lose parking in the business community, it would be devastating to most of those businesses because very few have off-street parking. And if I'm driving down the street and I want to go into a particular business and they don't have off-street parking, and I got to ride all around the block to try to find one, they've just lost a customer. So that would hurt the business community. Second, 2 lanes in the middle of the road for buses, in my opinion, is irresponsible. A bus runs maybe every 20 or 30 minutes. So those 2 lanes are going to be vacated consistently until the bus pulls up and goes through it. Someone talked about moving the transportation onto Wilson Avenue. You got to be kidding. That is a residential area. And if anything we try to do is to avoid sending heavy traffic through residential areas. You don't send that in that direction. And lastly, I don't know about the bike lanes, but I can tell you the experience that we've had in the bike lanes on 23rd Street and on Barrett is embarrassing. If you try to come up 23rd Street, it takes you almost 15 minutes. You look around, you don't see any bikes. If you go down Barrett, trying to get on the freeway, it takes you another 15 minutes from 23rd Street. You don't see any bikes. So you environmentalists who talks about traffic being stacked up and polluting the air, you're contributing to it. Cars have to slow down and wait to get onto the freeway on San Pablo and from 23rd Street, wherever they're going. So those are my observations.
All right, thank you. Have we had public speakers?
We have a public speaker. We have not heard from our public speakers.
There are none, or we have one?
We have one
Okay.
public speaker.
Well, then let's go to the public speakers.
Okay.
Okay, I have Don Gosney. Don, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you very much. You might have more speakers if we weren't discussing this after midnight. How dare you try to have such an important presentation that will eventually come to fruition where there's nobody in the public watching except me. I don't have a life. There's nobody that's speaking about this. You need to be serious about these kinds of things. You don't put stuff like this on at midnight. But anybody that has to travel from City Hall to the freeway or to San Pablo Avenue from 2 o'clock until 7 o'clock, that is just gridlock every single day. If you want to be heading towards the freeway in the afternoon, you want to make a left turn at 37th Street, which that's the street I've got to take. You might have 4 or 5 cycles to the light before you can make that turn, all because of the bike lanes that are empty, always empty. Since they put those in there, I've seen maybe 10 bicycles on there. That's embarrassing. San Pablo Avenue, you want to put a road diet on there to get rid of the cars that from being able to park there, so that you no longer have a free flow of traffic on there. Where do you think those cars are going to go? You can't park in the residential areas because they're already filled there. There isn't, most of the businesses don't have off-street parking. As far as the buses, that is not a solution to get people from point A to point B. If you can find a bus, and that's a big if you can find a bus, and that bus actually has room in it, it just doesn't work. As I said, for some of you people, you weren't even born when they did all the work on Interstate 80 back in the 90s. Some of you weren't in this state. But for those of us who were here, when it clogged up the streets of San Pablo Avenue, it meant you had buses. It had big rigs going on the side streets parallel, which is one of mine. Yeah, that was bad. That was not good. This is what you're promising us this time around. I'm out of time, so I can't continue this on any further. It's a shame because there's a lot more.
Time has expired. Thank you. There's no more public speakers.
All right, thank you. Any discussion? If not, then I want to thank the presenters. So let's move on to the next item.
I'd like to hear the presenters respond to some of the concerns that were raised. Do they agree or do they disagree? This idea of a bus occupying 2 lanes and you see it every 20 or 30 minutes going through Wilson. I'd like to hear some of these responses. Do you see that practical or do you see that possible? What's your opinion after you've heard some of the complaints?
Councilmember Bates, I'd like to answer at least one of those issues you brought up about Wilson Avenue, directing traffic there. That was the bicycle option route. So that was the option to not have bike lanes on San Pablo Avenue, but provide an alternate route for bicyclists. And I also wanted to mention about the parking issue. There's multiple options in this plan. There's options that keep all of the parking. There's options that don't keep all of the parking. There's multiple things. And we exactly wanted to hear from the council about what your preferences are.
Thank you for clearing that up, Patrick.
Yeah, thank you.
Some people got to hear from somebody like you to understand that that's what's happening.
Right, and this was just a presentation of various options. It wasn't just one option. There were several options for us to consider. So if there's no more comments, then let's move on to the next item. Once again, thank you for the presentation.
Yeah, the next item is actually my item, so I'll tee it up and then pass it off to Ms. Cynthia, Mr. Becker, and Ms. Spears, old principal, to go ahead and take it over. This presentation on Richmond Community Foundation.
Order. Do we want City Clerk to read it into the record before we jump into it?
You're right. It's past midnight, and I'm just trying to get it done.
I understand. Trust me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Item Q4 is to receive a report from the Richmond Community Foundation on the Equity for Black Women and Girls Initiative.
Yes, thank you again, and sorry for that, Ms. Pam. Yes, one of the primary reasons why wanted to bring this forward, in addition to the reparations, equity, and inclusion work that you all unanimously voted on, as mentioned in the agenda report, what we have to do in order to make equity for Black women and girls is a lot of work. And so, you guys have to excuse me, it's pretty late. I just want to use all of the privilege and, power that I have to make sure that we shine light on one of the most unprotected and hardworking groups in the United States of America. So when this was brought before me, I most definitely wanted to, champion it and, make sure that folks had the opportunity to hear about some of the great work that the Richmond Community Foundation has been doing in regards to equity for Black girls and women. And I will pass it over to RCS. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Johnson and Vice Mayor and council members. Can we pull up the slideshow as well? It's short, I promise. Thank you. Next slide, please. So a little bit about us. And most of you know the Richmond Community Foundation. My name is Jim Becker. I'm the president and CEO of RCF. Black women and girls are often overlooked, underestimated, or minimized. They are often considered last. But I also know that Black women and girls are doctors, lawyers, superintendents, community leaders, philanthropists, teachers, mothers, grandmothers, and the list goes on. They are strong, they are amazing, and they will be seen, heard, and served. And with that as an introduction, it's now my pleasure to introduce the chair of RCF Connect's Board of Directors, Dr. Cynthia LeBlanc. Next slide, please.
Thank you so much, Jim, and thank you to the City Council this late hour. Will be brief, but right to the point. In October of 2020, the RCF Board of Directors decided to move forward on an initiative looking at equity for Black women and girls in Contra Costa County. This was the result of our recently adopted equity statement, and we felt it was important to actualize what does it mean around what is important around equity. And so we commissioned a study to look at equity for Black women and girls in our communities. We hired a Black female-led firm, Coach to Discover, to lead a survey effort to explore the needs and existing supports for our Black women and girls. And so tonight we just want to highlight our research process, some key findings and recommendations that we believe is important that you know about. You'll notice on our slide here that we dedicated this process and our report to Alexis Parson. She was one of our community members that participated in the process, and unfortunately she was murdered due to domestic violence. And so we dedicate all of our efforts to her and her family and in her memory. Next slide. Shepherding this process right now are task force members. As you will see, we're a diverse group and a very talented group of community members, and they are shepherding forward this process at this time. And now I'll turn it over to Ade, who's going to talk a little bit about the process and what we heard. Ade?
Thank you, Cynthia. If I can get the next slide, please. Sister circles. So our process was used to gather information from Black women and girls. The girls created an inclusive, energized space for Black women and girls' voices and physical bodies to be present and fully engaged in deep listening, mutual respect, and acceptance. Black women and girls collectively created a unique experience that existed for the duration of each individual circle. We have 5 sister circles in Contra Costa County. 47 Black women and girls participated. We have 674 data sets collected and 39 survey responses collected. Next slide, please. Thank you. Some of the questions that we asked our girls and women was, what strengths do Black women and girls have? They answered, we have community, we have businesses, we have strength, we have creativity, and the ability to make something out of nothing. Now, we collected qualitative data during the 5 sister circles held in East County and in West County. We had 2 in Antioch and 3 in Richmond in West County. Numerical data was collected in the form of a post-session survey following each focus group. 87% expressed interest in hosting their own sister circle. And when we asked further, what resources and support do Black women and girls need? They responded. They said, we need support, we need community, we need mental health, we need training, we need family programs, we need care groups, money, and economic opportunities. We also asked, what worries Black women and girls in this county? They responded, the lack of support, access to mental health, loss, family, lacking resources, violence, and harm, including trauma. We also asked, what do Black women and girls have to offer? The women responded and the girls responded, we can offer support, we can be mental health support to each other, we can offer power, we can offer love, we can offer care, we can offer experience, help, and also being an example. Also can offer our educated selves, ourselves. We can offer other friends, members that we have. We can offer wisdom, listening, and most of all, knowledge. Next slide, please.
What we learned, there are a limited number of resources in West Contra Costa County that specifically serve Black women and girls, and the number of services decreased radically, almost non-existent as one moves to the East Contra Costa County. Foundations reported that less than 5 to 10% of their philanthropy is dedicated to serving the Black community. All foundations reported funding programs serving people of color, but none of the foundations currently committed funding specifically for Black women and girls. 5 of the foundations committed to funding services for women in Contra Costa County in the next 24 months in our study. Next slide. The recommendations: lead an ongoing task force on Black women and girls to partner on implementing the following recommendations. Completed. Create and fund a permanent position within RCF Connect staffed by Black women to fulfill the goals of Equity for Black Women and Girls initiative. Completed. We've hired Taylor Sims. Audit and publish a report on all RCF Connect's programming to assess the extent to which said programs align with the Equity for Black Women and Girls initiative. Black women and girls will be seen, valued, and served. In progress. Develop and implement a grant funding and technical assistance program to deliver sister circles. Develop a Black women and girls incubator program to provide mentoring, networking, technical assistance, grant funding, fundraising support for at least 5 Black women and girls enterprises annually. And lastly, initiate a convening of Black-led organizations and other organizations that serve Black people in Contra Costa County to inventory services for Black women and girls.
Next slide, please. Join us. Ensure that ECIA fund the children and youth and other city grant sources explicitly include support for Black women and girls in the city of Richmond in the areas of mental and emotional wellness, business development and entrepreneurship, and physical and relationship health. City fund for the programs and resources for Black women and girls should meet or exceed the percentage of the population that that's represented in Richmond. In the selection process for the community development block grants, we ask that you prioritize expanding economic opportunities for Black women and girls in alignment with RCF's Equal Equity for Black Women and Girls initiative. Review existing and future city programs to emphasize support for Black women and girls, including City of Richmond Government Alliance for Racial Equity Plan. Last but not least, issue a proclamation committing to equity for Black women and girls in the city of Richmond and designate the city manager or a department head from the city manager's office as a liaison to the Equity for Black Women and Girls Task Force. Next slide, please. Here's how you can stay connected with this initiative. We invite the city council, city staff, and the community to partner with us on this initiative.
Council members, we'd like to thank you for hanging in there tonight with us and allowing us to present to you, and we'll take any questions.
All right, thank you. And I also want to thank you for all the collaborations that we've had with Richmond Community Foundation, because there have been a lot of things that we've done together, and we've been successful. Just as we have a health in all policies, we should have an equity in all policies to guide how we do our business in the city of Richmond. But I see a couple of raised hands. Melvin?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks for presenting tonight and hanging in with us past 12, almost 12:30. I'll keep my comments brief, but this is at least a positive note to end the night on. No, I just wanted to briefly say that I enjoyed the presentation. I think the one thing that I didn't hear, but I'm sure folks are aware of, is just the impact on single Black women and their children in the community, just the hardship with cost of living, supporting a young one and whatever trauma that may come across that. I have some stories I come across just doing door knocking and talking with folks and various situations who are impacted by issues, and that's one thing up. And in general, I'm committed to doing whatever we need to move these policies forwards as an elected member of the council. So thank you again for the presentation.
Thank you. Councilmember McLaughlin.
I just want to thank RCF. I want to thank all the presenters, Jim Becker, of course, but Cynthia LeBlanc and all the others, Melanie Spears and the others that I'm not finding. Oh, here, Ade Tessager, if I'm saying that right, and Greg Medley. I don't know if I'm forgetting anyone, but please know how much this presentation at this late hour was appreciated. And I also want to thank Councilmember Johnson for bringing it to us. And it's a really important issue. We know that Black women and girls are a disadvantaged population, and we have to keep putting the emphasis and find ways to elevate them and provide the resources that they're needed. So you all are doing a great service, and keep up the great work.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnson.
Yes, actually, Vice Mayor Martinez, we do have equity in all policies. It's called the guarantee. We, in our reparations, equity, and inclusion package also looks at how we make decisions from an equitable standpoint. I just also wanted to congratulate the RCF on such a fantastic presentation. And when you mentioned that you hired the executive director, is that the Pittsburgh Unified School District board member, Taylor Sims? Fantastic, fantastic hire. She's amazing. Yeah, I'm most definitely excited about the work. And I know it's not on tonight's agenda, but Jim, me and you, we're gonna talk more about that Black Housing Reparations Fund you guys are administering over there, and see if we can get some funds to you guys for that as well. But no, just wanted to really say thank you for all of the work that you're doing. My forever Principal Spears, it's always great to see you. And thank you so much for everything that you all are doing. Thank you.
Councilmember Bates. You're muted.
Okay, I'm okay. Now, I wanted to thank Councilmember Johnson for this item. I must say that during the 3 years plus you've been on the council, this by far is the best item you have presented to the council for approval.
Should have did it sooner.
And I want to indicate that so often emphasis are placed upon the young men as opposed to the young women who have just as much of a need as young men. And I thought the presentation was very well presented. And my only suggestion is that we need to have the city manager to turn this group over and introduce them to our grant writer. It's amazing how much grants are out there. I was just watching the other day where the Microsoft, Bill Gates, not only him, but his wife has a foundation. And I think if we had applications that articulated the need, we could get a lot of money, the Fortune 500, for an example. So we have a grants. I think Price is still aboard as our grant writer. So I'd suggest, James, you and the Cynthia and the others, Mrs. Spears, you work with Price and see if you can't get some big money, because we don't want 10,000, 15. You have a program that is valuable enough that we should be asking for 50 and 100,000. The more money you get, the more service you can provide. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Bates. I will let you know that RCF, we've committed 125,000 of our resources to this, but we appreciate that and we will follow up on that as well. Thank you.
Good.
All right, thank you. Are there any public speakers?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, we have Sean Dunning, Jamin Purcell, and Anna. Sean Dunning, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, good evening. I just want to say thanks to the presenters and let you know it's late and it's unfortunate. It's kind of a shame that this came so late. It would have been nice to have this when more folks were on. But just want to say thank you. And as a member of the public, I stayed up to listen to you and I really appreciate everything you're doing. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jamin Purcell. Jamin, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
I want to thank the presenters for what they are. Oh, am I sorry? Okay. I would like to thank the presenters for their presentation. It was a beautiful presentation. I look forward to seeing the impact it's going to be having here in Richmond. I want to thank Councilmember Johnson for bringing this forward because it was really important. Black women are one of the most disproportionately affected by a myriad of health issues and disparities. So being able to address it locally and being able to hire locally to be able to do it and have it a women-owned and operated program is really fantastic. And I really appreciate the work that's being done because it's going to improve a lot of lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Anna. Anna, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Mr. Vice Mayor, Council, and Council members and staff. My name is Ana Ortiz. I just wanted to say thank you to Councilmember Johnson and to the presenters for this meaningful and very timely presentation. For me personally, it resonates even more powerfully, particularly given what's going on in our country today as it relates to women's rights. I'm so happy I stayed on to hear this. Many people do stay on, not as many as me should have probably heard this, but I'm going to encourage my tribe to listen to this tomorrow on the Richmond website or on YouTube. Again, thank you so much. I'm glad I stayed. I yield my time.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
All right, thank you. Are there any final comments?
Vice Mayor Martinez, if I may, I just want to again thank RCF and everyone for joining us this evening. I'm sorry that this item was heard so late, and I want you to know that I and my colleagues LaShonda and Trina are very much committed to working collaboratively with you as well as a number of other staff. And so we appreciate your time and look forward to coming up with what I like to refer to as implementing actions to move this work forward in collaboration. So thank you.
And they'll be back with the follow-up updates. So more people will get to hear about everything. So trust me, this won't be the last time you hear from them.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor, before you adjourn, I'd like to ask for adjournment and a couple of individuals.
Okay, let's have reports of officers. Are there any reports? Going once, going twice. All right, then go ahead, Councilmember Bates. Tell us.
I want to acknowledge the death of my niece, Rochelle Cartwright. And the funeral is this coming Friday at 11 a.m. at Pilgrim Rest Missionary Baptist Church. The other individual I'd like to close the meeting in honor of is Mr. George Harris, better known as JFK. this individual provided so much service to the John F. Kennedy High School. They named the football field after him. So you can understand how important his contribution were. The funeral is pending, and our condolences go out to Annie and the rest of the Harris family. Thank you very much.
All right. So in honor of those people named, we adjourn the meeting, and thanks everyone for being here and sitting through the entire council meeting. So thank you.
Happy Wednesday, everyone.
Good night, and thank you, everybody.
Good night. Thank you.
Good night. Thank you.
Happy Wednesday.
And my condolences to you, Mr. Bates.
Thank you.
Yes, same here.
Max, you got to come by and get some of these ribs. I made them, man. I think I took you out. I think I got you on these ones.
Well, well, you're just gonna have to freeze them for me because I'm out of state.
I got you. I got you.
Hey, don't freeze them. Don't freeze them. Invite me over.
Don't let Eduardo come over.
They'll be gone, but I got you. I got you.
Eduardo come over. Not only the ribs will be gone, but the bones will be gone too.
Well, mine look, it may not be no bones because my meat fall off the bones now. Like,